Oh, I can do hearts now. How do I do that down here then? That's not. Hey, Casey Jones. Hey, Arnie. So I can. Let me try this. Oh, that's what I already have open. Because in Streamlabs I'm getting emote shortcuts. How do I do those? Let's do a worm. No, that's not it. How are you all? And good morning, Casey. Why do I don't hate Linux. I just love to pretend to hate Linux because it makes Linux fanboys angry. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I want to do this. Engage with your audience. Start an QA, start a poll. No, that's not, I want those animated. Animated shit. Why? Yeah, my autism is making me crazy because I want to be able to do these things. Because when I open it in a browser, it won't allow me to do them. I want to. I need to look that up. So, how's your Easter plans looking like? Do you have so here in Denmark, it's a bank holiday tomorrow, Friday, and Monday, and then we start work again. Let's do this. Start a Q&A. How's this working? Say something. Can I say boobs without getting kicked off YouTube? I probably can't. Up? How's this working? Question list. See viewer's question and choose which ones to answer. What the fuck is this? Test question. Okay, I see that. Ah, okay. So it's under a sub menu. Ah, hey Nerdborg, how are you, man? I missed you. Oh, I see how it is. Okay, what can I do here? Put user in timeout, remove, report, go to channel. Ah, just finished work. That's okay. Do you have a Easter holiday also? Hey, Fish Tank. I've just opened my Heineken. They had like really cheap Heinekens. Drinking some Romanian snaps. I really want to try that one day. Yeah, I should make a end Q&A. Maybe I should do a Q&A. When I reach 4,000 subscribers, I will do a Q&A live stream then. I do like Heineken. Next week's the Easter Force. Yeah, but here in Denmark, we have free tomorrow, Friday, and Monday. In Germany, we have a real long week. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Okay, so it's only here that we have tomorrow off then. Also, let me know if the sounds is okay and whatnot. Oh, I hit my beer. No, don't do that to me. There you go. I welcome you to Romania to drink some... Yeah, I need to go over there. I need to get over there one day. I'm getting some weird ghosting. With the, I don't know if it's my graphic card. I did a Windows update and now it's doing some weird ghosting. Hey, Jan. Like if I have like a big white block and then if I move it, there's just a black shadow. Or not like a black box and then it disappears. I don't know if I can reproduce it. Because it's only like in some games it do it and not all. Can I reproduce it in Paint? I accept. So if I fill this up with black, oh, let's do gray. There you go. Make a white box. That tells if we do like this. And then we fill the box. I don't know if you can see it, but I have Windows 95 Paint, yeah. Yeah, so here it's not that bad, even though it's still there. So instead of having like you know, when you get ghosting, you get like one of those like kind of blur effect. It's just like a big blocks, because I did some farming sim yesterday, and when there was a white block and I moved my head, it was just like there would just be a black box here for like a split second and then it will go away. And I am running 75 refresh rates. But I haven't had this issue before, and the response time is set to max. Anyway, I need to buy this is a 4K monitor, not a 4K, 1440p monitor. This one here. Hey, Lamer, how are you? How are our great leader? But I think I want to buy a 144 hertz 1440p and then use this monitor here as a secondary monitor for text and stuff like that. I also just got the I can't remember what it's not light speed. I just got the glow light here. It's actually really fucking good for the price. This is the next one I want. You can go to the dollar store and pick up some dog food sometimes. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I just got this one here as a supplement to my other crappy lighting. And then the next one I want is going to be this one here. It's a little bit bigger. Because I think I will have this one. The other one is on top of... The small one is on top of my vertical screen. And then I think I will have this either on the side of it or on top of my 1440p screen. But it's almost as good as the Elgato, and it's way cheaper than the Elgato, and it works with the Logitech software. So I can actually control it from my Logitech mouse. I can set up key shortcuts. Why can't I speak to? What the fuck is wrong? Someone fucking pooped in my mouth or something like that. So it's actually set up like every time my webcam turns on, the Elgato light just turn on automatically. You can do that in the software. So I don't have to manually turn it on and off. It just every time my webcam gets turned on, it just automatically turn on all the light. Or this light I have here. So yeah, the way that I have my... What the fuck did I do here? Oh, well. So I have a 1440p monitor here, and then I have a 1080p monitor here. Like this. And right now, that light glow here is sitting up here. And then I have like a really weird tree prawn light here that looks a little bit like this. But it's battery driven, so it needs to be, it's basically a portable light that you can, these arms here, you can close them all together so they are a circle, and you can put them in all kind of different, thanks Nerdbug, thanks so much, man. Yeah, you can put them in all kind of places. It's basically meant to take out in the field, and if you're taking pictures of rocks and flowers and stuff like that, you use this contraption here. But I kind of want to just go over with maybe one more of these to have here. And then here I have like the big one, or have it standing here. Because my webcam is right here. So I'm looking here when I'm looking at the webcam, like in the upper left corner or right corner of my 1440p monitor. And I have a window over here, so I'm getting enough natural light. So I don't think I need this one here. I think I need to take this one away. Have the webcam here, have one more low light glow here, and then have the big bar here, because I'm getting enough lights from over here from the window. I can just open and close the blinds, so it's even out my face a little bit more. I don't know if I can find the Toman lights. What the fuck is it called? Battery? They have a lot of great shit with Torman here. See if I can find it. It was new. Video lighting. I think that's it. Is it spotlights? It's not spotlights. I used to buy a lot of shit from Toman. I just made my first order from Amazon yesterday to see how that is, because if it works, here it is. This is the one I have. I have this one also, but it's not that good. It's bright, but it's not that good. It's more meant to be doing stuff like this here, you know. This here is actually giving me better lighting than this one here is. But the price is also massively different. This here is like twice the price of this one here. But this one is really great because it's battery powered. So I am thinking also to doing some unboxing or something like that later on, so I can take this off the tripod and then put it on the table, you know, and direct lights that way. And it has a remote. It's okay, it's just you don't have a lot of customizability. You have like 4 different lights brightness. That's like almost no light, kinda light, okay light, burning your face off lights. And then you have like normal lighting, and then you have cold and warm. And you can't, you know, like with this one here, you can control the brightness on a scale, you can control the coldness and the warmth of the light on a scale. Where on this one here, you have 4 basically intensities. So for warm, you have 1 warm. You know, it's just like warm is basically when it looks like a orange, like Donald Trump, or not Donald Trump. Is it Donald Trump? And cold is like when you look like bluish, you know, like snow. I can control the warmth of a woman. Can it control the warmth of a woman? I don't know. So you can control it to be like cold, warm, or natural, or normal. But no, like, you can't be like, okay, I want 50% cold or 50% warm and 50% cold. It's just either one of those. Then you have 4 brightness level. Where these one here, you can control them almost in like massively control. How do you want it to be a little bit warm or 100% warm in the software? I don't know if they have any pictures of that down here, so I can show it. So this here would be a warm light. It's kind of what a lot of those makeup artists, they use a warm light to basically, make your skin look a little bit more like you tanned a little bit. And I do. So here you can see here you can use a scale to do it warm or cold, and the brightness, how bright the light is. This one here, you either have cold, in the middle, or warm. You don't have the in-betweens, and that's really important depending on the lights outside. So this one here, when I get my next YouTube paycheck, I may buy this one here, or wait till the next salary comes in, next time I get paid. Well, I need I'm going Intel this time. I'm buying an Intel processor. I know it's a little bit more expensive, but I've read and seen that if you pair up your Arc GPU with an Intel processor, you get a lot of benefits. So I think I will try that. Hey, Don. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, I'm going to buy a 13 whatever number it is i5K version, and it is like 1/4 more than the AMD. 1/4 more than the AMD. And then I need a AIO all-in-one liquid cooler for it, because they are quite hot. AMD is also getting hot. Oh yeah, I made a lo-fi channel in my Discord where you can listen to lo-fi music. It's actually really good music in there. Actually, I wanted to do an update here. I can't remember the last. I updated it a couple of days ago. They just redid all their packages for the new GCC version that came out. What's going on up here? Oh, this is going really mental. That's not what I want. I want to do this. Oh. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on. Let OpenSUSE go. So you mean stop using OpenSUSE? Is that what you're telling me? I'm just doing some scaling here in Windows. Just give me a second. There you go. Why should I, hey Benjamin, so why should I stop using OpenSUSE? Do you not like OpenSUSE? Hey Seth. It has a lizard and anything, yeah. That's true, but no Linux distribution is focused for the desktop, so it's kind of, that can be said for every Linux distribution. That can be said for any Linux distribution. They are not focused as a home desktop. It is focused as a coding machine, though. They do a lot of work to make sure that coding works well on OpenSUSE. They have made packages for setting up OpenSUSE as a development station really, really conveniently and easy. And working really well. I just like OpenSUSE because it's one of the few distributions that just fucking work, man. Every other distribution, I always get into trouble or get, something breaks, something don't work well. With OpenSUSE, I rarely have problems with it. Rarely. Like OpenSUSE and Ubuntu and Debian, of course, is probably the 3 most stable distributions I have ever used. And I know the Ubuntu part will mess people up quite a lot. Yeah, but Tumbleweed is still good as a... I love you too, Kevin. Tumbleweed is not a bad coding machine. You just need to be a little bit more on top. Yeah, I think that whole APL... I have a feeling that they will still keep Leap around in some shape or form. Because a lot of people love Leap. And they don't want this here, they want Leap. Yeah, .NET. If you do .NET development, this is just my humble opinion. If you do .NET, do it on a Windows machine. It's a Windows technology. It will work best on Windows. That's just my humble opinion on that matter. .NET is that weird thing that I need to go and restart my my VM here. So just yeah, it's cross-platform, but not really cross-platform. Still, it's Microsoft. You know how Microsoft is. It's the same like with Canonical and stuff like that. They make sure that their technology work best on their products. That it's Yeah, I know .NET is like... Yeah, I think Ubuntu is actually behind with the .NET versions. I think Fedora is the one that is supporting it the best out of the box, besides Tumbleweed with the latest version and Leap. Maybe Debian. Debian, you have to do some weird shit to get the latest version to work. No, the newest version is supported as a snap package under Ubuntu, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, with the distro versions, that's the problem, my friend. Yeah, that's the problem, dude. Yeah, OpenSUSE has weird networking, especially with Wi-Fi. Andre, that's probably because you are using Wicket instead of Network Manager. Their own network manager, Wicket, and they're going to outphase it in the near future. So if we go in here to Yast, and we go into networks, where the fuck is the mouse? There you go, network setting. You see here, warning, network is currently handled by Network Manager. So you can't handle it in here. Unless you go in here and you change it to... Or you have to do it via the software manager, I guess. Yeah, you have to do it via the software manager. You go into the software manager and you install Wicket. So if you have issues with Wi-Fi and stuff like that on OpenSUSE, try it and do a zipper or cipher, however you pronounce it. Install or IN and then Network Manager. Because it's probably because you're using Wicket. And depending on how you set up your install, it defaults to Wicket. And Wicket is really wicked. It's really crazy. But OpenSUSE... So here's the thing with OpenSUSE. OpenSUSE is built for system administrators. It's not built for the Ubuntu, the Pop OSs, the Mints focus. Tumbleweed and Leap is built for system administrators, developers, coders. So they are not holding your hand so much. They are still a little bit. But OpenSUSE's philosophy is that you need to understand what you are doing but we are giving you tools to help you do it better and faster and more convenient. But you still have to understand what you're doing. Hey Kenny, antiviruses for Windows. I'm right now using Sophos Home. It's free, and at work I'm using their portable free version also to scan computers and stuff like that. Windows Defender, if you're just using a computer, let's say you're having a accountant's computer, or you're having a computer that do one or two things, Windows Defender is amazing. For home desktop use, where we go on all kind of websites, we watch Netflix and YouTube and all of these things we don't do at work, you probably should have like any antivirus, anything but Defender at home. Defender is okay, but it's not that good with malware as Avira is, or AVG, or what they are called. But if you're having a work computer that are doing one or two tasks, yeah, Kaspersky is also really good. So at work, we only use Windows Defender because people don't sit and, do non-work related stuff on their computer. So they only need what Windows Defender provides them. Because Windows Defender works really well if you're working with inside the Microsoft ecosystem, and they are a heavily Microsoft-based company. Even though they're using Linux as NAS servers and stuff like that, but yeah. Kaspersky is okay. It's okay. But I get what you are saying. It has had some problems, but or some issues. But what I'm using right now is I'm testing it out on my Windows virtual machine, and I'm thinking about implementing it on my own system. This one here. You can still run it for free. Disregard the price here, but you can still run it for free. Or at least, well, yeah, you should be able to run it for free. But they have other free software, free tools. So this is the one that I'm testing right now, and it's actually really good, and it's really cheap. Oh, I don't trust. I don't trust any company. I don't know what I should not. What? You're not trusting Russian software. I rephrase what I'm saying, but anyway, what was about? Okay, so I'm testing this one here on my Windows VM just to see how it works, and I will do a review of this software in like a month when the trial period runs out. And for work, I am using this one here. So this one here you can put onto a USB stick, and you can run it off that set USB stick. And it's actually really good. So like I said, all computers at work, they use Windows Defender. And I tested, I ran this Sophos Scan and Clean on a couple of the computers just to see if Windows Defender catched everything. And the only thing they got that Windows Defender didn't get was, harmless tracking cookies in your web browser. This software here found those tracking cookies. Windows Defender didn't. So if you're running Windows Defender, I will. If you're really paranoid about those tracking cookies, run something like Malwarebyte or some, malware scanner besides Windows Defender. But I would certainly try and run different tests, virus scans on the computers at work to see if Windows Defender is doing its job well enough. And it's actually really good. It's actually really, really good. But then again, a work computer don't go on and do a lot of the stuff that we are doing. They're not downloading software, that just to test it out and stuff like that. They, they're really conservative of what you're doing with a work computer. So in a work situation, I would trust Windows Defender. At home, I would not so much, to be honest. I would have something like this as a backup also. So what I'm doing right now is I'm running, of course, Windows Defender is always running, but I'm also running a VIA, I think it's called. And then once a week or once a month, I do a malware byte scan. Okay. Oh, it's Kenny you are talking to, Nerdblock. I'm so sorry I read that wrong. I thought you said Kent. You trust Kaspersky more than you trust Google and Apple. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't trust any companies. They are all fucking bad. But I love that to be able. I love that I can have this on my. I have like a thumb drive. I have all my tools on, and scripts and all of that shit. And I just when I set up a computer, or I get a computer to repair, do something with, I just plop this in here and run the antivirus while I'm doing the stuff that I need to do. And it's actually really good. I like ESET is actually also one of the good ones. Yeah. I find myself agreeing with you on 99% of your video. I think the only thing I don't agree with is when you say that we should cooperate. We kind of have to, Kenny. That's the thing. But anything to work, we need to work together and not against each other. As much as we disagree with what one company do, it's still beneficial for us to work with them instead of against them. Because if we're working against them, we are making an enemy out of them. And if we are making an enemy out of them, they are not willing to do anything for us at all. But if we are making them a tolerable friend or a tolerable co-worker, they may be willing to do more for us than we otherwise would. But I'm also of the belief that nobody should dictate what other people do or what other companies do. One company should not dictate what another company is doing. Adobe is spending billions of dollars in their suite and have spent probably millions a week or something like that making Adobe what it is. Unless we paid those money, we are not in our rights to tell Adobe what to do with their product. We can just choose to say we are not going to use it. That's the only thing we can do. We can vote with our wallets. But then we can't sit and bitch and moan and say, okay, we don't like what they're doing, we don't want to work with them, but they should support us anyway. You cannot sit and do that. You need to, if you want someone to work with you, you need to do it on their terms. You know, it needs to be a cooperation and not a dictatorship. If you want someone to work with you and it's like, it's my rules or, you know, hit the highway, they are not going to work with you. That's just the sad reality of life. You know, it's every relationship, work relationship, romantic relationship, call it what you will, it's give and take. You give something and you take something. Linux users, they just want to take. They don't want to give something. They don't want to give up a little bit of quote-unquote freedom or give up a little bit convenient, whatever it is to work with other people. They want it their way, and if you're not doing it our way, you are bad and you should get out of here and blah 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 and all of these kind of things. And well, it has not worked for 30 something years. It's not going to work the next 30 years. I'm sorry to say it. But in the end, what matters is that they are in the game. Adobe is perfect, able to work on Linux. The problem is the wish not to do. They are capable of doing it. But again, you are assuming you want them to do something that is not beneficial for them. So if it's not beneficial for them, you have to make it worth their while. And you do that by going into a relationship with them and say, what can we do to help you look at Linux? What can we Linux people, companies do so you are willing to look at Linux? Do we need to fund some of the development? Do we need to put developers, have developers available to you? What do you need for us to do so you will support us? And then you do that. Even if they're capable of doing it. You have to make it worth their while. That you're capable of many things you don't do in life because it's not beneficial for you. And then you have to make it beneficial for them. If they can be like, yeah, we don't have to invest that much money in developers because you guys are giving us developers. Yeah, let's do it. Or, oh, you're willing to pay 50% of the development cost or something. Like, I'm just putting things out there. They would be like, yeah, then it's not that big of a loss for us if we lose money on Adobe. So, you know, they are willing to take the chance on Linux. But we still need to give them something. We need to give them an incentive. We need to help them out. We need to do something, you know, like, what can we do to help you? That's the mindset I want people to have in life in general, is that, what can I do to help you? If I want something from you, what can I do to get that from you? Because if you do it like that, they are more open to work with you. Yeah, Linux don't matter, that's true. I think the great rule of thumb, do not trust companies that offer free. Nothing is free. If it's free, you are the customers. Even under Linux. If something is free, you are the customer. I don't think Linux need Adobe, because Adobe will not fix Linux. Yeah, fix Linux. Linux problem is not Adobe. Linux problem is not software. Linux problem is the Linux design. It's the Linux focus. If Adobe came to Linux tomorrow, it will not matter anything. It will not matter anything for you know, it don't matter for anything for the end user, because there's so many fundamental problems with Linux that needs to be fixed first. Sofa scanning clean is weird. It doesn't know what Python file. I have not had a problem with that, Wilson. Not all software in Linux is open source. Open source don't matter. What matter is the app. That's true. You can feel whatever you want. Stop talking at this point. So I'm listening to what you want. Adobe doesn't know Linux community anything. No, Adobe don't owe anyone anything. Yeah, not anything needs to be open source. Yeah. The only like, if you want to look at it as a business decision, the only way you can force Adobe into support Linux is, like you said, if Linux become more popular, because then there's a financial incentive to support Linux by basically, you know, okay, there's a big enough customer base here that it's worth our development time. But then again, Linux will never get that big of a quote, because we are not fixing the problems that Linux have. The problems we have with Linux was the same problems I had with Linux in 1995, 1990, 2004. It's the same problem we had 20 years ago with Linux we still have today. And that's not company's problem. That's a Linux problem. If you want to know what those problems are, let me know. I can go on a rant for like 2 hours about that. Yeah, Linux don't matter, yeah. That's a part of Linux feel more like an... Linux do feel ancient, I will give you that, yeah. Hey, Vector. That learned how to compile. a program. Yeah, I don't think Linux will get a bigger market share than we have right now, Kenny. I'm sorry. I think this is it. So the average growth of Linux, think about this. The average growth of Linux, and this is if you take a little bit of the Android and Chrome OS market share with it, it's about a percentage every 10 years. If you take Chromebooks with it, it's like 2% every 10 years. If something is only growing 2% or 1% every 10 years, or thereabout, depending on what statistics you're looking at on the desktop market, that's a really fucking bad statistic. Like, that's a really, really bad statistic to look at. Like, I think we are about 3% market share right now on the desktop. Linux is 30-something years old. That's under a percent every 10 years. That's just natural growth. And that's really bad. And that's taking into the account with this Proton didn't do anything for Linux. If you look at how Linux grow each year, Proton didn't do anything for Linux. It was natural growth. It just grew as it naturally would do, ever since Proton came out. And the Steam Deck and all of that. The Steam Deck and Proton has done nothing for the desktop adoption. Nothing. You cannot go on to the statistics and find a spike in adoption that is correlated with Proton and Steam Deck. It's just not there. Just natural growth. Just like you can upload one video every year and you will still get natural growth on YouTube. Just really slow natural growth, but you will still get, you can get 1 subscriber a year, 2 subscriber a year. 2 million units is nothing, no. I think last time we looked at the comparison with the Nintendo Switches, like the Steam Deck sold 1 million in a year, and Nintendo sold 12 or something million in a year. That's and now the Gartner is massively mad because Asus ROG is making a competitor to the Steam Deck. He is big mad. I actually responded to his video because I reacted to it. It's coming out next week. My reaction video to it. And oh boy, that boy is mad. He is big mad. He is like, you can see it in his face. Like, it was like you ate his fucking kittens in front of him or something like that. How dare anyone compete with the Steam Deck? And then he's like, yeah, why use a Windows-based system when we have the Steam Deck that will be highly competitive and everything will just work in 3 years' time? Yeah, well, with Windows, everything works right now. You can get Game Pass under Windows and shit like that. Everything with Windows just work right now. But of course, the Steam Deck is better because in 3 years' time, it may be better than Windows. Maybe. Oh, you have to watch my reaction video. It's a 9-minute video. My reaction video unedited is over an hour long. And he says no console can be a console if it's running Windows. And I said to him, you do know that the Dreamcast ran Windows, and you do know that the Xbox is running Windows, right? Oh, well, the Dreamcast only run Windows for some games and stuff. Well, it's still ran Windows then. And oh, well, Xbox is using the Windows NT kernel. Yeah, but all you Linux people like to say, if you're running the Linux kernel, you're running Linux. If you're running Windows kernel, the Windows NT kernel, that's Windows. Xbox is running Windows, containerized Windows. It's running the NT kernel, customized NT kernel. With container technologies and VM technologies to do the UI and running the games and stuff like that. That's why it's so easy to convert, Xbox games over. And then he tried to like, oh, well, it's not Windows 10 and 11. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. Go to Batson. Yeah, he was big time mad. Even his own audience called him out on that video. Like, his own audience was calling him out for being an angry fanboy. Oh, yeah. Oh, the subject today is like Nerdbug having a big penis energy. Big dick energy. That's the talk of the day. Because they will have to pay $1 million in development. Yeah, it will never happen. In my opinion, KD already looks obsolete. It looks like Windows. I don't like GNOME. GNOME is going down the Mac OS route or the Mac OS desktop route. They want to control everything, and I don't really like that so much. Yeah, Kenny, the Steam Deck and gaming under Linux, again, it will only... Here's the thing, that's what a lot of Linux people, they forget. People don't game under Windows just because of the games. They game under Windows. Are you going, Nerdbug? Yeah, have a good day, man. I hope you get to chillax a little bit. It's everything else. Like, gamers don't... Well, they do play games to play games, but they also want their peripherals to work. They want their streaming software to work. They want Discord to work flawlessly. They want Elgato products to work flawlessly. All of these things, like gaming is like it's an ecosystem. Everything nowadays is an ecosystem. So if you're an Xbox guy, you buy into the Xbox ecosystem. You buy into the controller, the peripherals, the Game Pass and stuff like that. If you're a PlayStation guy or girl, you buy into the PlayStation ecosystem, the controller, the games available, the PlayStation Pass or what the fuck that is called. If you're a PC gamer, it's the PC ecosystem you buy into around gaming. It's the games, it's probably also Game Pass, it's peripherals and all of these things. All of that nowadays have to be part of the equation. You cannot just take one bit out of that PC gaming ecosystem and say, "Oh, look, we can do that also, but we can't do everything else," because they expect to be able to do everything else. You know, a lot of gamers on the PC, they want to stream, they want to broadcast on Discord and all of those things. They want to use gaming peripherals and stuff. That's part of their gaming experience. And if that is not available under Linux, then why should I do it? Yes, I can play the game, but I'm losing game-related benefits for my peripherals that I like using. You know, I'm losing capabilities of easily, conveniently streaming my game with sound to Discord and stuff like that. You know, people tend to, they think that, okay, you want photo editing, let's make a copy of Photoshop or give you Photoshop. People say they want photo editing, but they want what Adobe gives you as an ecosystem. That's what they want. They want Adobe, the Creative Cloud, they want the stock shot images, or what the fuck it's called, Shutterstock images, and all of those things. That's really what they want. They want the ecosystem to come with it. So GIMP is not just enough. Like having Elden Ring running on Linux is not enough. It's one game. And he used that, oh, Elden Ring runs better under Linux. Yeah, one game out of 1,000? Like, yeah, that video, like, I was laughing my ass off the first 40 minutes, and then I just got frustrated with him, because it's that dude is fucking losing it. He hates competition, but that guy has a lot of issues. He's literally, he hates. Here's the thing: his whole channel became massively popular because of the Steam Deck. So if the Steam Deck gets taken out of commission, his whole channel is pointless then, or most of his channel is pointless. He has Amazon affiliated links associated with Steam Deck accessories. He's built up a channel around one product. And that is really dangerous. Because if that product stop existing, your channel is pointless and he has to reinvent himself. So you never do stuff like he's doing, putting all your eggs in one product, because he's now a slave to Valve's Steam Deck. He can, if he makes a video tomorrow where he's saying, I'm done with the Steam Deck, it's the worst thing ever, and blah 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 blah, he might as well just delete his channel. That's the problem, man. Someone needs to create a graph that shows the growth of Linux because of Proton and Steam Deck. Just go on to Statistia, I think it's called. Any statistics site that tracks Linux desktop over the years. And you can see, you just go, okay, from 2010 to now, and then you just say, okay, this is the year Proton came. Can I see an impact of that graph when Proton came to Linux? And you can't. It's already, there's plenty of them out there. Chrome, I do think Chrome look, I will not say it look ancient, it just looks more like Mac OS. Every day, or for every update to Chrome, it becomes more and more Mac OS like. Yeah, big dick energy. Asus has a console in pre-production running Windows 11. It looks really... Yeah, it... And here's the thing. This is another thing that he just assumed that the UI will just be stock standard Windows 11. Of course it's not going to be Windows 11. They're going to have like a controller-driven UI as a front with Windows beneath it. It would be stupid to have like a mouse cursor when you're having a joypad in your hand. And just having, a Windows layout like this, they will have something like Big Picture for Steam or something like that running. And then it's it's just accessing Windows in the back end. Like he's making so many, like one of his arguments was that every hardware, if you're a gamer under Windows on a PC, you have to upgrade your hardware each year because it gets obsolete. And that's Windows' fault. He think Windows people, Windows gamers upgrade their hardware, like their graphic cards and so on, because of Windows. No, we upgrade them because the games gets more demanding. And most of us upgrade every 4th or 5th year. Like, we don't upgrade each year. Like, he's saying so much bad shit, false, shit that is not even funny. And he hates the 1st of April. Because, everyone is making jokes on the 1st of April, so it's hard to figure out what's real and what's not real. And like, dude, chillax a little bit, man. Come on. That dude is fucking mental. Like, he's like the atypical Linux fanboy. And he's a flat earther. He's a flat earther. He's a flat fucking earther. You can come with scientific fucking evidence. And he's like, the earth is still flat. Amarath pool all her income around one product. Yeah, but that's what, thoughts do. Come on. That's what thoughts do. The AO Nano. Thanks, Nerdbog. I thought you were leaving us. I was sitting here crying all day. Get a beer with me, man. Get some more snaps in you. Show us a picture of the snaps that you're drinking. You are a moderator. You can post link in chat. Is coming out with a Linux-based gaming handheld. He will jump on that bandwagon. They probably would, yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. He his argument was also that people didn't care much about gaming capability if it was kind of okay looking and stuff like that. Actually, the views of it, I saw it was using this desktop running. I think I've not seen the video, but I've read some articles. It's Your PC about the product, but I don't. It will not make sense. Like, it will just not make sense for them to have that, like, a 7-inch display with, like, native Windows on it. They will have to have something, you know, a more controller-friendly UI on it. That will, like, if they don't do that, that's a massive fucking, like, you know, that's a, they drop the ball massively if they don't do that. Like, like, using a controller to doing these kind of things here. Like, I could understand it if they booted up the computer or the console or the handheld or what you would call it, and I would call it a console, and then it's just, you know, full screen into like something like a big picture, you know, like a controller-driven UI, and then you could close down the controller-driven UI if you want to, and then use normal Windows. But I think that they will do so. It makes sense that they will do something like when it boots up, it boots into like a controller-driven UI that you then can take away if you want to. You know, just like the Steam Deck is basically running Steam Big Picture as its default screen, or what you will call it. But you can still take that away and then run normal KDE in the back end. So yeah, that will make sense. I think they will do something like that. And until it's in full release, I don't really take much for as anything. You know, I don't judge a product before it's fully released. They plugged in a mouse and keyboard. Yeah, that would be massively bad if you have to do that. It makes no sense for a handheld device to have that you need mouse and keyboard. Would you accept a job offer from Linux Tech Tip and Word on Linux project? Yeah, that will never happen, but of course I would. It would be stupid not to do it. Like, it would be really stupid to say no to that. Of course I would. Like, who would not do that? Who would not do that? I don't get why he's so mental, though. He's not an incel. He has a wife. I think it's because he realized that if other people can outcompete the Steam Deck, his channel is dead. I think that's what it comes down to. Like, it's in his best interest to not like anything not Steam Deck related. You know, it's in his best interest. So that's why he's angry. Had he then be like, yeah, fucking amazing, now we have a competitor on to Steam Deck, that means that we will get better fucking Steam Decks, because now Valve really have to step it up to earn our money. And Asus have to step it up to earn our money. That means better products for you and me. Let's compare them. Let's you know, let's duke it out with them. Let me review that console versus the Steam Deck, and let's see who's best at what. You know, had his channel had he built up a channel around, sorry, the beer is getting to me. Had he made up a channel about handheld gaming devices, this would have been amazing for him. So many new clicks, so many new views, so much new traffic and stuff like that. But because his channel is built up around the Steam Deck, basically he's like Valve's bottom bitch here. Like, he's locked in, man. Most of his audience comes for the Steam Deck, so if he's talking about things not Steam Deck related, may not go that well. So yeah, he locked himself into a bad situation here, man. I want to see Microsoft release a portable. They have talked about a portable Xbox. When the Steam Deck came out, they actually talked about that they want to do something like that. And if Microsoft can give you the Xbox experience, you know, if look at it like this: if you can get Xbox Game Pass. I'm using this on my computer. I pay like $12 a month or something like that, and I can play over 100 games for free. And you can play even more games on your fucking Xbox. Imagine if this comes to a console, like a handheld gaming device. You pay one subscription to one gaming service, and then no matter what on your handhelds taking a crap, or you're sitting in the living room on your couch, or you're on your gaming PC in the man cave or girl cave, you can just pick up where you left off and play the game. This could be like, if you want something to be a Steam Deck killer, this could be a Steam Deck killer. Dude, Nerdbug, you're fucking too generous today. I hope you're doing well. And we miss you in my Discord, by the way. Alright. And again, we want to see pictures of that fucking snaps that you're drinking. So we need to bring... Yeah, the portable PlayStation, it needs to come back, yeah. Oh, yeah, the links infighters. Yeah, you're right, Kenny. Hey, CJ. We're doing good, man. We're doing good. I'm having a beer with the Nerdbug having a snaps, but he's not going to share the snaps with us, so I have to drink my beer alone. I'm just sitting here all on my lonesome and drinking my beer. This reminds me of... Yeah, Vita. Yeah. Yeah, even the Vita is better than the Steam Deck and Switch, yeah. It was ahead of its time, yeah. Yeah, Steam can... Yeah, you're right. But it's the same with Xbox. They can also afford losing money. Also, one of his requirements for being called a console is that you have to lose money on the hardware, and the money should be coming, or you should earn money from a storefront. If you're not doing that, you cannot call it a console. It's called a console because of the properties of the hardware. That's why it's a console. You know, it's all in one slimmed down version of a gaming PC. That's why it's called a console. It's not because of the storefront. Again, you have to watch my fucking reaction video. I was like, I've never laughed so much in my life, and I never headbanged myself so much in my life. That dude, like, he is... It's 9 minutes of pure bullshit and copium. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. Some phones can be called a console if you enforce that classification. No, because a mobile phone is called a phone because it has phone capabilities. Your console don't have mobile phone capabilities. That's one difference there. What is the main purpose of a mobile phone? What is the main purpose it's built for? The hardware's built for being a mobile phone. That's what it's built for. The PS Vita was built as a handheld gaming device. That is its main purpose. The Steam Deck is built as a handheld gaming device. That's its main purpose. Xbox is built with the main purpose of being a console. That's why they are called what they are called. It's what their main purposes that they are built for is. And is there some overlapping? Of course there is. There's always overlapping with everything. But a mobile phone, that's why a tablet is not called a mobile phone. Because its main purpose is not to make phone call, or it's not one of the main focus of it. You can do it, but it's primarily built to be what tablets does, where my phone is built primarily, one of the primary aspects of it is to be a phone and a connectivity device. But its more or less main focus is being a phone plus, where a tablet is built being a tablet plus. A console is built as being a console first and then everything else. You know, we kind of have to stop bending things into reality that don't exist just so we can use it as points into a narrative that we would love to exist that don't exist. Another way of looking at what a thing is, what are the developers or the manufacturers marketed as? My phone is not marketed as a gaming console. You can game on it, yeah, of course you can. But my mobile phone is marketed as a mobile phone. My tablet is marketed as a tablet. The Steam Deck is marketed as a handheld console. So that must be what it is. That's what they have intended it to be. Can it do other things? Yeah, great. But that's not why they built it, or the main reason why they built it. All of this mental gymnastics to put things into other categories that they don't fit into, it's just copium to cope with that the narrative that someone wants to exist don't exist. They then try to build up with false factors, basically, or they are trying to bend some things into, like, it's like Windows system, not Windows, Linux is the most used operating system because Android is Linux in their mind. Yeah, but what I use my phone for is not the same as I use my desktop for, so it don't even matter if it was regarded as Linux, even though I personally don't think it is, because I'm not using Android as a desktop operating system. I'm using Android as a mobile and tablet system, so it has no impact or bearing on the Linux desktop. But they use it as an argument because they don't have many arguments to give in a debate about that. They don't have many counter arguments, so they try to grasp around them. Oh, look at this, and look at Elden Ring. That means that because Elden Ring is one of the few games that run really, really great on Linux, that means that Linux is one of the best gaming operating system ever, as he said in his video. No, you found 1 or 2 games out of thousands that runs better on the Linux. Like, it's like saying that, okay, because we have one, Tom Brady, that means that every human is a Tom Brady. Just because we have one fucking strongest man on Earth, everyone is the strongest man on Earth because one of them are. It's those kind of strawman arguments, or what you would call them, that a lot of people tend to use when they don't have good arguments to back up something that they really want to believe in, or they really, really want to be a reality. But they don't like the reality that they are in. I know I'm making this sound really more complicated than this, but yeah, I'm not smart. Some new laptops also take SIM card. Yeah, but they are still laptops, But can the Asus ROG Ally will be using Windows, and Windows isn't a console OS? Yeah. Lamer. You need to fucking control your disciples, man. You are the great leader, the master strategic mind behind the Linux code. You are the pinnacle of Linux fandom. You need to fucking spank some common sense into people, okay? Like those fucking clan meetings you are holding, you need to do something, man. Elden Ring only ran better on Linux because it was poorly optimized for Windows. Now that the game has been patched, it's no longer the case. I don't know, I never played Elden Ring. But what I have seen is that Elden Ring ran better on Linux, but it looked worse on Linux versus on Windows. So it ran faster, but the quality of the pictures and the game also was worse on the Linux than Windows. So I think the fact that it actually ran better is because it didn't have the same fidelity as you have on the Windows, because some of the gaming technologies that games utilize nowadays are not supported on the Linux. Like, how long does it... Like, it's all like the recent years that Linux have gotten HDR and DSLR. Or DLSS or whatever, the upscaling technologies and stuff like that. Windows have had it for years. Linux just recently got it. And there's so many technologies like that Linux just don't have that gamers want. Like, if you buy a fucking $2,000-$3,000 graphic card, you are not like, yeah, I'm okay with not having, full HDR support, or I'm okay with not having all of these bells and whistles, ray tracing and stuff like that. I'm okay with not having that on the Linux. I know you can get ray tracing on the Linux now, but for a long time you couldn't do that either. No, you buy a expensive card to use what comes with the card. It's like buying a fucking Lamborghini or Porsche or something like that, and then drive 12 miles an hour all the time. And, never taking it out on a track or anything like that. We're just basically using it to drive down to the store 12 miles an hour to pick up groceries and back again. You're buying a car and using it for something that it's not built for, basically. but not making sense brings people more to the core. No, Linux lamer. You need to be charismatic, well-spoken, and serve a lot of fucking bullshit that sounds believable. Basically, you have to become a Linux YouTuber. That's basically it. You should become a Linux YouTuber then. Drops my wrong Wi-Fi adapter on lamers. Yeah. Games run great on any OS, depends on whether the DevOps. That's true. Yeah, but a lot of Linux users, they use this Elden Ring argument because it's like a haha, gotcha. This game runs better under Linux. And like, yeah, but what about all the other games that don't run good under Linux? Like this is when I lost my mind. He actually said that Linux was the best gaming operating system ever. No OS is the best gaming OS ever. Every one of them has massive problems. Well, I buy GPU just because I need the ports for multiple CPUs, multiple monitors. Yeah. Again, people upgrade their hardware, but when they need to. But he actually think that a Windows desktop user upgrade their hardware each year because of Windows Pro. He actually said that hardware vendors and Windows forces you to upgrade your hardware each year. And he thinks that every Windows gamer, they go for max FPS and max fidelity all the time. That's the only thing they care about. They want 200,000 FPS, and next year they want 300,000 FPS, and they want Ultra this year, Ultra Max next year, Ultra Max times 10 next year again. That's actually what he said in his video. I'm just paraphrasing a bit here. That's not how, that's not how it is on as a Windows gamer. People, they upgrade their hardware when the hardware cannot play the games they want to play anymore. That's it. That's when they upgrade. He is so disconnected from anything that's not Steam Deck and Linux. Remember, he used to be called the Linux Gamer. Like, that was his, like, he was the Linux Gamer and was an okay channel, but he didn't know much about gaming. Let me put it that way. Elden Ring, the game that used to be a huge hit in gaming, works on Linux. Yeah, it still is lamer. You have to give your disciples new material, bro. I've not tried Elden Ring. I've never been a FromSoft fan. I've never been what are they called? Bloodborne and what the fuck are they called? The FromSoft kind of like games. They never. I have one of them. What the fuck is it called? What are they called? Those kind of games. What are they called? Dark Souls. Yeah, Dark Souls. I think I have Dark Souls too. I just have to respond to something here. Yeah, Dark Souls. I never been into those kind of games, man. Oh, category. Oh, no. It's the FromSoft games and Dark Souls games. Yeah, maybe I do like RPG games. I just don't like the Dark Souls-like games. Oh, I never been into Monster Hunter either. I can't fucking spell. Speaking of games, I'm getting obsessed with Dead Cells. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, take care. I can't. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with me? I'm sorry, I just need to respond to some things. There you go. It's like Dark Souls, but a side scroller. Oh. Yeah, I'm playing. I'm playing this a lot right now. Dyson Sphere program. It's actually a really, really good game. It's not that optimized, but it's interesting. I do like these strategy thinking game, Factorio stuff kind of games. Games in that nature. Yeah, exactly. It's Factorio in 3D. Yeah, and I love Factorio. And then Cyberpunk. I love Cyberpunk. It still have some issues, but I do fucking love Cyberpunk. As far as I know, they're already working on Cyberpunk 2 now. And also there's coming a big update. I never tried Factorio before. Yeah, Factorio is really good. It's a fun game because it kind of gives you those 90s, early 2000 gaming vibe, a little bit of retro feeling. And then there's a lot of modern things. Hey Becky, there's a lot of modern things in it, and you can mod the living shit out of it. And you can optimize it to high heaven and back. You can really go, you can really min-max the living shit out of it if you want. Or you can sit and try different production combinations to see what is optimal and stuff. Like you can really look if you like games where you have to optimize processes, basically management games, how to do a task in the best possible way. Factorio or the Dyson Sphere program, you can go nuts in it. Then you unlock other technology that then, oh my god, I can now make this more efficient. I can now use these combinations with resources instead of these, and it will help me do this better and that better. It's like running your own little. It's like a CEO manager to some extent. These kind of games. You are managing a factory basically. Yeah, you'll be dreaming of solving a specific bottleneck. Yeah, I don't mind bottlenecks in my factories if they allow me to do other things. Because sometimes, especially in early games and stuff like that, when you have a bottleneck where everything just works, it frees up your time, where you don't have to sit and micromanage a part of the game. It basically just is doing itself. You're waiting for it to research, let's say, a technology and stuff like that. Well, while it's doing that, or while it's building research blocks, everything is working, you just need more research blocks. While it's doing that, you can then focus on other aspects of the chain. So bottlenecks can actually be good because it frees up your time that, okay, while this is doing its thing, I can now go do this. And that also means that while it's doing that thing, the other resources can then be manufactured so they can keep up with that bottleneck. So if you didn't have the bottleneck, you will then have a bottleneck anyway because you don't have enough resource productions fast enough that it can keep up with the continuous production. So you need downtime for the production to be, the resources to be gathered and transported, and for them to then be morphed into a product. But if that product got used the second it got made, the chain will just be broken because the other resources, or the extraction or the building, the morphing of it into other resources is not done fast enough. And if you have to do it fast enough, you have to anyway stop it for a little bit to then build enough of the products, or enough of the machines, the combination machines, the smelters, the furnaces, all of those things. Or you can keep the bottleneck and then focus on something else that is so how I do it is I build something up so it can keep itself going for a while. So I always fill up chests. So in this game here, right now I use only 3. I'm only at 3 of the research cubes that you need. Is those red ones, if you can see them there. So what I do is I fill 3 chests up, each with one of those research thingies. And while those are getting filled up, I'm doing other things. I'm starting production on other planets. I'm optimizing, rebuilding part of the factory and stuff like that. And then when those cubes are made, I do a research, 1 or 2 research. And when they are done, I stop researching, and then I build up the research and chests again. So I then can go on and build on other aspects of the factory. Instead of, and it also helps with the electricity consumption. Because in early game, you use the way you use electricity is that it's made for resources, and you don't have unlimited resources. So it's just become more manageable. You don't run out of energy resources as fast, and it gives you time to make up a strategy. It gives you time to, okay, right now I'm producing red research, whatever it is. And I'm producing blue and yellows. I need the chest to be filled, so while they're doing that, I can now go and cut down trees, do all of these kind of things, maybe look for better ways of managing the or optimizing the other part of the factory that's now inactive because I'm waiting for these things to be made. Where if everything was just running all the time, you cannot really upgrade the production train because it's running. It's always running. You have to stop the production train because everything is running at the same time. So basically, I'm modelizing my production to some extent. So some part of my production chain is doing something, another part is not. And when that other part is not working, I'm finding ways to optimizing it. And then when that's working, I'm optimizing the part of the production train that's now idle. I hope I make sense here. But I don't play these games to min-max them. I don't play them like, okay, how can I get to end game as fast as possible? I play these kind of games that I would like if I had a factory in real life, you know. You start out basic and then you progress and you make decisions. Sometimes they're bad, sometimes they're good. And then you build the production train in a way with redundancies and in a way that if something goes wrong, you have backups. That I like overproduction, having backup energy with batteries and solar cells and stuff like that. Backup production lines where some of them may not work as efficiently, but if things go tits up, I can activate them into like full production mode, so to speak. Having them instead of a backup buffer to go direct into the production line to help me out. I like doing it that way. And I like that I have the opportunity to like I said, I have a chain for red resource material, yellow and green, blue, sorry. And they are not 100% automated because they don't need to be. Because while I'm waiting for the yellow one to get built, well, I'm building components for the blue one and the red ones. So when it's time to research, they are all ready to be researched. You know, it's ready to go. It's a little bit hard to explain. I should show it one day. But I think so many people, they are like, okay, I have nothing here and I want to get to endgame as fast as possible. And then they build up the perfect factory. But if one thing goes wrong, they are fucked. And I like to build up my systems in a way that if stuff goes wrong or I lose energy or I lose production, I don't have to scramble to then find a new ore and stuff like that. If I'm mining one iron ore, for example, I always have a backup or two backup iron ores that are just mining to chests or something like that. And then when the main ore is depleted, I just have to connect that chest to the production line and it can take over forward. I don't have to then build the mining, the mining facility, the conveyor belts, and it's all of these things. It's already there. It just have to be connected into the production line. But right now, the backups are only filling a big chest up, and when that's filled up, that's all they do. So when the other ones get depleted, I just plug them into the production line, and then I can, remove the old production line and stuff like that, and know that the backups is taking over the production. Yeah. Oh, you can. I spent probably close to 20 hours the last 2 weeks on it or something like that. Oh, I played Minecraft since. Oh fuck. I think it has been out for 6 months when I played Minecraft the first time. And I played Tekkit and all of these fucking crazy mods that you can play. I saw Tekkit mod, automation mods. Yeah, there's so many fucking mods I have played. I use Minecraft. I'm just got tired of Minecraft, to be honest. It don't rock my boat anymore. I want something new. I've probably been playing. I don't know, when did Minecraft came out. Like ever since Microsoft took it over, I'm kind of a little bit fed up with it, to be honest. 2011, but that's like 1.0 release, right? I used to play a lot of racing sims. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of stopped playing it in 2000. Not well. The last 3 or 4 years I've not played it so much. I do install it and play it once in a while, but I probably played it for close to 10 years, if not more. Like, where I played it almost non-stop. I just think that there are other games out there that do engineering, like Factorio is better at engineering. Space Engineer, fucking love Space Engineers. Galactic Survival, Imperial Galactic Survival, what it's called. There's just so many games that do the engineering part of Minecraft better than Minecraft. Minecraft for me is it's I would not call it a kids game, but it's like it's all about the survival. It's all about the survival. That's what it's good at. It's good at, you go out, you get food, you survive. It's not so good at the whole production, engineering, manufacturing part of it. That part of it, I don't feel that. Like, I never finished Minecraft. I never got to endgame. I briefly go into the nether once in a while, but that whole part of that game I think is fucking pointless to me, if you ask me. I don't really like that much. Yeah, Minecraft music is really good. Like going into the nether and stuff, I never really liked that aspect of the game. For me, Minecraft is basically, you're stranded on a desert island and you just have to survive. That's the point of Minecraft for me. That's what it's really good at. You are in the middle of nowhere, there's things going to blow you up. You make a comfortable... When you started having all of these villagers and all of that shit, it's kind of when they lost me a little bit, because... Again, I played Minecraft before all of that came into the game. So for me, Minecraft... When I played Minecraft, all you could do was survive. You build a house, you mine for resources to get a better house, and to survive better. So for me, Minecraft has always been about, you are in the middle of nowhere, either alone or with friends, and you're trying to survive. Then they built all of these training mechanics into a little bit more of engineering mechanics into it. The nether and endgame and stuff like that. It's like, that's not Minecraft for me. It probably is for people that started later, like in 2015 and stuff like that, where they already have a lot of that stuff, but... For me, Minecraft, again, probably because I came into it so early on, is about the journey of surviving. How long can I survive without dying? That was kind of the point of the game. And I loved that, because you could just sit, chillax, build stuff, build amazing shit in it. Like, really, I loved going into creative mode and build on. At one point I had a mini series on my gaming channel where I built, I built Cartman, I built Super Mario, and then I blow them up. So I had like a time lapse of me building shit and then blowing it up with TNT. I like the whole people made a 8-bit computer in Minecraft with the redstones. Oh, I love that shit. But again, for me, Minecraft is you're on this weird fucking place with weird animals and things that are going to blow you up and kill you. And you just have to survive and explore. I like the mine shafts and stuff like that, but again, the villagers and stuff, they kind of lost me there. I like this idea that you were alone or with a friend or some friends on this weird country, island, planet, where you had this, like, someone has been here before, but they're not here anymore. Kind of a little bit like Subnautica. You're going into this alien planet, and there's been people before you, and your shipmates have all died, and you're exploring the past and the present at the same time. I love that kind of shit. But for the engineering part and stuff like that, there's so many other games that do build, mechanical building. Like Space Engineers is one of the best ones, especially if you mod it. Like there's so many other games that do this whole production strategy and building, technology building better than Minecraft. Dwarf Fortress, I want to play it, I never played it. Yeah, but I don't care about the Nether, man. And when you had to pay, then switch to the free clone mine test for a while. Yeah, No Man's Sky. I don't like No Man's Sky because it's a weird game. It's one hand it wants to be this. It wants to be Minecraft in space, but it's not doing any of the things nearly as good as Minecraft is doing. It's not doing flight and space game as good as any other space game out there, and it's not doing the building part of it nearly as good as any other building game out there. Imperial Galactic Survival, Space Engineers, and stuff like that, they are way better than No Man's Sky, in my humble opinion, because they do all of those mechanics better than No Man's Sky for me is a game. It's a lazy game. It's a game for people that don't want to play a game. They just want to kill time. Because everything in it is accessible or downright massively easy. So I do see why a lot of people like to play it, but it's just not for me. I do like games where I don't have to think, Minecraft for example and stuff like that. But for my space games and stuff like that, I want more simulation than I want Minecraft. And No Man's Sky is more Minecraft than it's space simulation. I used to play PUBG back in the day when it first came out. Yeah, no hunger bar. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen. I'm playing Space, whatever the fuck it's called, 2 right now that everyone is talking about. I actually do have Star Citizen. I just need to re-download it after this new patch came out. Yeah, I bought No Man's Sky when it came out also, and I do play it once in a while, but I get really tired and bored of it really fast. Because you just fly around, shoot some shit, gather resources, building a base, and that's kinda it. That's what you do. And like I said, it's like Minecraft in space. You just explore. That's the main focus. You explore and gather. And I just think Minecraft do that better, because they have better building mechanics. Free space open mod. Yeah, I can't fucking remember what it's called. It's made by one guy. It's not a AAA quality game, but it's actually really good for what it is. Accept all. It's called Space something. Kerbal Space Program I used to play a lot also. Is it Spaceborne? Yeah, this one here. For an early access game made by a really small development team, this is actually a really, really good game. It's like playing a game that's, if this came out in 2010, 12, it would have been an amazing flight game. But it kind of does. It's a mix between Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen. It's kind of between those two. So it does a little bit more than Elite Dangerous and have more not better, but more ground mechanics than that has. It's not nearly as beautiful and looking as good as either games, but it's not as in-depth as Star Citizen is. But then again, Star Citizen is a fucking mess. Galactic Citizens 2, yeah, that's also good. Alpha Centauri, I think I tried 1 or 2 times. I just re-downloaded Stellaris with the New Horizon mod on. Basically, it's a Star Trek mod. So when you're playing Stellaris, you're basically playing, everything is Star Trek themed. Everything is Star Trek themed. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button here, man. And the fun thing is, a lot of space games don't work on the Linux. Wait, did so much fun. Yeah. I did play Minecraft on the Linux like way back in the day because I had a really Starfield. I'm really looking forward to that also. I had a really old laptop that it came with Windows XP, and then I installed Linux on it, and it could play Minecraft, but only Minecraft. Oh man, I should stop drinking sodas while I'm live streaming. I'm barfing like a fucking gross motherfucker. But yeah, I am. What the fuck was it about to say? Yeah, it could play not great, but okay. So I used it basically, and I didn't. This was before tablets was widely spread and all of that fucking shit. It was like in 2012 or 13, 14, maybe 12 or something like that. So I would just be laying in bed and playing Minecraft on this old Lenovo laptop or ThinkPad. Really fucking amazing. And then have my television, playing something in the background. Yeah, Bethesda. Well, Bethesda have Microsoft to basically whip them into shape, so I hope that's the case, but I don't know. I'm not hopeful. Let me put it that way. Yeah, Minecraft got. It's really badly. Like I said, they kind of fucked it up. when Microsoft bought Minecraft, it kind of went downhill a little bit because they tried to make it more. They made Minecraft into a lifestyle, and that also meant that they you got sheep and dogs and all. I think you always have sheep, but they tried to make Minecraft cater more to the younger crowd. Where in the beginning Minecraft was cutesy but unforgiving. You died, in my opinion, faster. They didn't care much about the cutesy aspect of it. It was all about making a survival game. When Microsoft took over, I feel the folks became more on that. Let's give them all these crazy ass features that. Yes, you can get them by mods, but nobody really asks for, and let's make it into a lifestyle and stuff like that. And when you do that, you lose a little bit of the focus of the game, if you ask me. But yeah, Microsoft or not selling off Minecraft was probably the worst thing he ever did, even though it made him a fucking billionaire, if you ask me. Because I think without Notch, Minecraft lost a little bit of its sparkle. It's when he was even when he was only somewhat in control of the game, there was something about the game that made sense to me. There was something about the game that, you know, it like, yeah, I wish it had this, but I understand why it's not there. Where when Microsoft took over, it was a little bit like, oh yeah, I like they have this, but I kind of wish they didn't have that. So yeah, I played it probably in 2009-10. I started to play it here. Some point, that's I play that way too much. I play that way too much. And it's really unforgiving. But that's also a game that plays really well under Linux. Zomboid is a really good Linux game. Really, really good Linux game. Really, really good Linux game. But yeah, Minecraft, for me, there was Minecraft before Microsoft and after Microsoft. And Microsoft could only, in my opinion, keep the Minecraft sparkle for, or the Minecraft feel for like 2 years, 2 or 3 years. When they started to erase anything about Notch because of the controversy and stuff like that, they start to care more about the whole political correct aspect of it, and it was more about politics than about the game and stuff. They also lost, in my opinion, a big part of what made Minecraft, because it was, like I said, it was also making it into a lifestyle, putting features in that we want, but we wish was not there, because it took away some of the magical stuff of Minecraft. Sometimes not having things you want in a game makes it even better. I know it sounds weird, but I wish it had that more safe, you know, faster saving or more safe, or I wish it had, you know, faster automatic regeneration health. But then if you get it, it's just not the same game anymore. You know, it's just not the same game anymore. Sometimes having limitations in games is actually what makes them great. And yes, then you can mod them in for the few that really, really want them, if that's what you want. But let's be honest here, Minecraft, in my opinion, succeeded because it was moddable. You see, most of the most popular games nowadays, they are all moddable games. And a lot of games, like American and European Truck Simulator, mods are keeping that game alive. You know, DayZ started out as a mod. Dota 2 started out as a mod. Counter-Strike started out as a mod. Battle Royale was a mod for Arma 3 before it became, you know, what it basically is nowadays. So the modding world is funny enough, either the reason why a lot of games are still popular to this day, even though they're either old or they help sustain a game for many, many, many years longer than it should. They should be around. Like Euro Truck Simulator 2 is like how many years old? You know, why the fuck is it still around? To some extent, World of Warcraft. A lot of people play World of Warcraft because it's moddable. You know, or the games that are massively popular, they started out as mods. They were not dreamed up or imagined by a board of directors or a focus group. They were made by people in the spare time, and then it became massively popular. And then someone bought the idea or took that idea and made it into a profitable project or product. But the idea and the concept started as a mod or by volunteer people. You can kind of look at it like this. Modding for video games is kind of like the open source equivalent of it in video games. You know, it's the community doing something for the community that then becomes popular, and then, you know, big companies, they see it and they basically capitalize on it. It's kind of what life is. Yeah, Insurgency Sandstorm, Babylon 5 Space Combat. I tried that. Yeah, I had that on. I can't fucking remember. I owned it at one point. No, it's not that games are open source. It's just like that the community built something for themselves that, you know, the community want and likes, and then the corporate world see this and then capitalize on it. It's a little bit what's happening with open source, that Linux are building technologies and stuff and programs, and then the corporate world is like, we can do that better because we have the resource to do it. But the idea came a lot of times by the community. Oh, I play a lot of indie games. Oh, idle games, sorry, idle games. Yeah, I played one called Clicker Heroes or something like that, and one called Mountain. No, open source games, they're not really many good, no. Yeah, modding is... If you have a great base game, and you then allow it to be modded, it's like... You have a winner there, man. Because what the base game... Like, what the base is missing, the community will add in. You just have to have a really good foundation and a really, really good modding capability. You know, Fallout 4, Skyrim, I honestly believe the only reason why people still play them is because of mods. Yes, the story is good and stuff like that, but the first thing I do when I play Minecraft, I need to play Fallout 4 again. I haven't played that in years. But the first thing I do is I download a crap ton of mods for the game. Even when it first came out, I only played it in vanilla for like a year or something like that. And when the modding community started to deliver good mods for Fallout and Skyrim, with that when the respective game came out, I started to mod them. Bethesda games is, in my opinion, they are built up around modding. That's what makes their games so great, is that they are okay, sometimes great base games, and then you can mod the living shit out of them. Yeah, Richard Burns Rally, yeah. I used to play that a little bit. Yeah. You're so right. Oh, David does this tech stuff. He just got a Alienware laptop. I do like that dude. I'm just getting a shit ton of notifications. Graphics is not everything. Like some developers, they focus way too much on the graphic aspect. It don't matter if the game looks like, let's say if the game runs with 2000 FPS and it looks like real life or better than real life. It don't matter if the mechanics sucks, the game loop sucks, you know, everything, like the story is massively bad. Like, you need to have good game loops, good mechanics, and good story, or you need to feel like when you're playing this game, you're not wasting your time. And then you can build on the graphics. You know. You know, and for some people that can be one thing, and for other people that's another thing. But if you're making a story-driven game, have a fucking good story. You know, have a good, and I think like for all the hate that Call of Duty gets, Call of Duty have always had really good campaigns. Battlefield, I think Battlefield 3 and 4 was like the only good campaigns they ever had. I love playing the Call of Duty campaigns. I always bought Call of Duty back in the day for the campaigns, and then I bought Battlefield for the multiplayer. Because I know the Call of Duty is over the top, cheesy. It's kind of like the 80s, 90s action movies, you know. You were this badass fucking hero going in left, right, and center and shooting everyone in the face, and, you know, you barely fucking get scratched and stuff like that, and then you just run out. I would say all Call of Duty campaigns are better than most campaigns. I even like the future ones. I can't remember, Advanced Warfare, what it was called. I like all of their campaigns. So of course, like the Modern Warfare campaigns, in my opinion, are the best ones. But I also like the Black Ops campaigns. I like their campaigns because it was like you got the Hollywood movie feel with a game. And I know it was a corridor shooter that I normally don't like and stuff like that. But because the story was good, I could get invested into Price and all of these, you know. I can't remember so much from the Black Ops series, but yeah, Court of Rambo, exactly. You got invested into the characters of the stories and stuff like that. I could live with it being a corridor shooter, which I normally don't like that much. I'm more an open world kind of guy. There are a few games, if the story is really good and the gameplay is really, really good, like the fight mechanics, the shooting mechanics and stuff like that, I don't mind playing corridor shooters, but if I prefer open world shooters, like if Far Cry is, you know, Crysis and stuff like that. But yeah, I didn't like Call of Duty multiplayer that much. For me, it was just Call of Duty multiplayer has always been, for me, it's just who sees who first. There's a little bit tactic to it, but it's all about who sees who first. And if both parties are playing it like you would in real life, nothing would happen. Because they would both be advancing really slow or slowish. And welcome back, Lamer. Because everything about Call of Duty's maps is built up around choke points. You cannot think your way out of those choke points. Meaning that, well, this is an ambush. I know it's an ambush. But we need to go into this ambush. Where on the battlefield, at least in the older battlefields, there were choke points, but you could always take alternative route. You could like flank, you know, ambushes and stuff like that. It was not about who came first to the ambush spot and stuff like that. You could actually think your way around it. You had more room to navigate. So, okay, they now have this choke point. Okay, we can get some air support in. We can get some tank support in. If they are not equipped to handle with flight and tanks, so they didn't have that many engineers on their teams, we could push them out. Where under Call of Duty, if you have secured the choke points, you were kind of the boss of this fucking whole map. I've tried Foxhold, but I didn't play it much. It was not for me. Insurgency, I like that. I like the whole armor. I like realistic shooters. So Arma, I haven't played that in a long time, but I love Arma and stuff like games like that. I like realistic shooters a lot. Yeah, I played I played the new Battlefield, but Battlefield lost it after Battlefield 1 when they got all woke on our asses. I'm not into Horizon Zero Dawn. When was the last time a game impressed you with its graphics? I don't know. I honestly don't know, because I'm not that fussed about the graphics. I can sit in a game and say, wow, this looks beautiful. And it does, but it's not like, oh my god, I have to play this game because it's so impressive virtually and visually that I have to play it. I never played a game because of that. I honestly don't care. I can play a game that looks like it was from the 90s if the gameplay and the story and all of that is amazingly good. What I do care about is how stable are the experience. So, does the game crashes a lot, or how stable are the frame rates? That I care way more about that, especially with shooters. So if the frame timing is all over the place and it's because of an engine problem, you know, like the game engine is just not built for what the game is, that really irritates me. But if you find a game that where, oh my god, this just as smooth as a fucking baby's bottom, you know, amazing story and stuff like that, I'm fucking sold. But yeah, even in fucking World of Warcraft, I can like fly over some shit and I can be like, wow, this is actually like really fucking amazing. This is like, this area here is over 10 years old, you know. It was made 10 years ago now with upgraded graphics, and it's not bad looking, and it's, you know, we have these vast areas you just can run around in. When I play a lot of World of Warcraft, I love just exploring the fucking, you know, the world. Oh, I haven't been to Timeless Isles in fucking 6 months to a year. Let me go back and just kill some shit and explore it. I love that shit about. Now I want to sub to World of Warcraft again, you know. And I could be like, oh yeah, this is actually really well built, you know, it's a good atmosphere and stuff like that. But then it's like, yeah, well, World of Warcraft is old. The mechanics are old, the game loops are old. If you play any modern MMO and you go back to World of Warcraft, it feels like you're going 10, 20 years back in time. It just feels outdated now. It don't used to feel like that, but with all of the new... Yeah, we need a WoW 2.0, yeah. It just feels old. And they do try to spice it out with how, you know, you get different, you know, animations for death grip and all of that shit. I was a death knight a lot of times, or a warrior, and different cooldowns, and it does different damage. But in the end, a death grip is still a death grip. Whirlwind is still whirlwind. You know. A battle cry is still battle cry. It's still playing like it did 10 years ago. It's just the cooldowns a little bit different, and some of the dots are different, some of the area of effect is different, but in the end it's still battle cry. You still know what it does. It's just how and how long it's doing it. Welcome, Baba. I used to play Warcraft 3. I actually have Warcraft 3 somewhere. I need to install it. I never finished it. Yeah, I love Doom because of the gameplay. I love running around in Doom and just shooting people in the face. I love it. It's the shooting. I think it has an okay story. It's not amazing, but it's okay story. I do like the story in Doom. It's like watching, you know, a direct-to-TV video. Yeah, Doom has a lot of story behind it. There's a massive big story behind Doom. And it's not that bad either. Like, you can go... The lore of Doom is amazing. Doom Killer and all of that fucking shit. Doom 3 back in the old Doom 3 actually had a really good story. Union Space Corp, or what the fuck it's called, the organization behind it. It's an okay story. So this one here actually have a really good story behind it. Let's just go back to this one here. Actually have an okay story behind it. I need to replay this game also. It's been fucking 5-6 years since I played it the last time. This one here has a really good story behind it. Actually, a really good story behind it. A little bit like, it reminds me a little bit of Dead Space, to be honest. Dead Space also had a really good story behind it. I never finished the third one. And I can barely remember the story of the first and the second one. It's also games that I need to replay at some point. There's so many games that, again, I'm afraid of replaying old games because how I look at games today is different than how I looked at games when I played those games. So I'm afraid that I will ruin, you know, the game. That I will think it sucks balls today if I play it today. I just re-downloaded the latest Dragon Age Inquisition. I never finished that one. I really, really want to do that. Because I've always been a big fan of BioWare games. I think BioWare is one of the few companies that do storytelling really, really well and games really, really well. Besides Andromeda. Mass Effect Andromeda, we don't talk about that game. Don't exist. But they are making a new Mass Effect. And please don't make it one of those fucking Mary Sue games where we have to be so woke that every fucking guy is a fucking dick without a brain running around with their toxic masculinity, and the girl is these badass motherfucker that can take out Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime time and Jean-Claude Van Damme in one fucking swoop and saving the world because estrogen, bro. Like, please don't be like that. Please don't become Star Trek Discovery. I fucking hate this new culture where if you play a game, you should you feel ashamed of being a fucking guy when you're done playing it. Because, of course, women is the primarily fucking badass fighting force in the world. Like, all Navy SEALs and Delta Force operators are girls. Of course they are. They are way better and stronger and faster than any guy. That's just biology. We can't do anything about it. Men are weak, puny, little fucking meaningless idiots that are only made to fuck a girl so she can get pregnant and go out and become soldiers and police officers and firefighters so they can get killed. What do you recommend for people who have hundreds of games and can never decide what to play and end up playing the same game over and over again? Well, you're in my in my category, and you can't. I can't give you any recommendation for what to do, other than don't buy any new games. I think that's, yeah. I watched Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I would say I think there's 4 seasons, and the first 3 seasons are okay. The last one is not that good. The whole way the whole story ends and stuff like that is not that good, if you ask me. The first 2 seasons is probably the best. The third one is okay. The fourth one I didn't really like that much. Oh yeah, on the original Xbox, yeah. I had it on PC. I actually played this on the Linux back in the day. Like, you could extract the game. There was a big game file that had all the assets for it. And you had to use that in a folder with Open Doom 3 or something like that. So to play this on the Linux, you needed a CD with Doom on it, Doom 3 on it. And you needed to extract some asset files and put them into the Linux folder. And then you could. It was really complicated. But yeah, I played Doom. I actually played Doom on the Linux back in the day. If I was a woman gamer, I'd feel so insecure about almost every game coming out today. Imagining how down the guy just to make a woman see. Yeah, I will 1000% agree that there should be an option for women to choose women in most games. It makes sense in most games. I will 1000% agree with that. But going from that and then going into that, okay, we have to put one gender down. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it when women are being put down in games. I don't like it when guys are being put down in games or in movies. Where one of them has to come across as superior. Only when it makes sense. Only when it makes sense. Like I said, historically, men has always been the primary force in anything that has to do with dangerous work. So, warriors, police, fire departments, and stuff like that. Men are just naturally more risk takers than women. But, on the other hand, doctors, nurses, psychologists, and all of that fucking shit, that's more or less women. Educators, women, anything to do with children and stuff, that women. I don't mind that. I think that's okay. If that's what they want to do, let them do it. But don't force don't force something to be there that's not in real life. Yeah, choice overload or paralysis, or what you will call it, is a real thing, yeah. Yeah, there was that. I can't fucking remember that spin-off. They also made some movies that was actually okay. So I really like a series called... Oh, it's a SEAL Team 6 or something like that. Or is it just SEAL Team? Yeah, this series here, I fucking love this series because it's... They really are tackling a lot of great shit. Like, it's... Of course, it's over-dramatized, but... This guy here, I think he's in real life was a Delta Force operator and ranger. They use a lot of real life operators and talk to a lot of real life SEALs and stuff like that to make it as authentic as possible. And they are also talking about PTSD, brain trauma, and all of these kind of things that, you know, operators have when they come home or are experiencing war for this a long time. And they are also looking at it from how is it to be a wife to an operator? What are they going through? How is it for, you know, on the home front when they are out, you know, being badass motherfuckers? So you see them being warriors and you see them struggling with mental health, injuries, death, and how their family is handling it. And there is one wife in there, and she's a batshit feminist. But she's not over... You know, she's not straight a feminist. She will once in a while be, oh, are you mansplaining this? And now the patriarchy is coming in. Like, she's using it a little bit in a comic way. But it's tolerable. You know, it's more a little bit like, not a joke, but it's there as a little bit of a reminder, so to speak. So don't mind it as much. But what I do like about this is that you see the men, the warriors, when they are broken, when they are badass motherfuckers. But you also see the wives, you see the divorces, you see the not knowing if your fucking husband is alive or dead and all of that fucking shit. So you get a totally different fucking perspective of those fucking wives are as much warriors as their fucking husbands are. Like, they're going through so much fucking shit at home. And when someone sad enough passes away doing a mission, like, all of the shit they do for each other and how they help each other's family. Like, they are fucking, you know, they are heroes in of themselves. And you see that, and that's something that is not being talked much about. And it shows how fucking great women can be and how strong they can be and how just as important they are to this whole fucking army thing, warriors thing, as the operators out on the field. Because without these fucking women at home, guys like these here could not go out and do what the fuck they're doing. This I love because this empower both the men and the women at the same time. They are not focusing on making the housewife the badass motherfuckers and the men is just brainless fucking killing machines. I love this story for this. I love it for this. Sometimes where it goes overboard with the, oh my god, women are the fucking best thing ever. Yeah, but there's also sometimes where, okay, now we're going a little bit overboard with the fucking, hey, hee-ha, I'm Rainbow, I'm killing everyone kind of thing. But they are also tackling post-traumatic stress. They are also tackling traumatic brain injury, preacher syndrome, or operator syndrome, as they're calling it nowadays. You know, all of these kind of things. You see people coming, you know, decommissioned fucking soldiers ending their own life because they can't handle it. They can't fucking remember who they are anymore. You know, they're tackling all of those aspects also in this series, and I fucking love it. And it's really, 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 really well received in the special operations community, apparently. In the soft community, they seem to really embrace this this series here. And like I said, this guy here, Taylor Quay, real life operator. I think he was Green Beret and then Delta Force or something like that. And they had another one called Machine or Heavy Metal or something like that. He was a real life Navy SEAL. He's not, well, he's still a consultant on this TV series, but he's not in it anymore. I think he was called Heavy Metal. He was in the first 3 or 4 seasons. And he was a former Navy SEAL. So they do a lot to incorporate, you know, real life soldiers into this series. The same with the Terminal List on Amazon Prime. Which is one of the fucking best series ever made, if you ask me. They also are using a lot of real life operators and ex-military folks and stuff like that. And again, here they talk about, well, the story is written by a former Navy SEAL. So it's not a real story, but the story, like the author of this series, the book that is made about James Carr, John Carr, I can't fucking remember his name. Well, he was a former Navy, I think it was he a sniper? He was a former Navy SEAL. And the story is about a former Navy SEAL. And there's already an offspring with this dude here coming out. Ben Edwards. Chris Pratt is playing he's playing a lot of Navy SEALs lately. Yeah, I need to watch the Jack Ryan just came out with a new season. This is also a really, really good, a really, really good fucking series. I need to watch this again soon. I fucking love this. This one is also a really, really good one. And he's not one of those, you know, macho fuck. He's just an analyst that gets thrown into shit. And then he just steps up. It's actually, I need to rewatch all of these episodes. Just a new season just came out. The same with the Reacher. Yeah. There's a new season coming out soon also with this one here. This dude here is fucking jacked as fuck. Like, he's tall and fucking... He fucks this girl, by the way. She has some nice titties. If you want to see titties, watch this fucking movie here. Or this series here. But yeah, he's amazing in this this series here is fucking amazing also. Amazon Prime have a few good series, but not that many. At least not here in Denmark. But it's also like only... But is it like $20 or something like that? So I keep sub to it just for the sake of that. The Last Ship I've just watched. Okay. The last season I couldn't. The last season was fucking bad. Right now I'm watching Justified. This one here. I'm into season 3, I think. And it takes place in Kentucky. It's apparently a hillbilly country. But yeah, it's a fucking good series, man. It's just enough shooting and down to earth U.S. Marshals cop story. I do like it, but I think when I'm done with this one here, I want to see Jack Ryan again. In school, whenever we had a woman teaching, I can listen to both women and men. I don't give a fuck about who's teaching me and talking to me. I really don't give a fuck. I really, really, really don't give a fuck. As long as they have something. Not important, but if it makes sense what they are saying, I think is probably the right word to use here. If they're just talking bullshit, I can't listen to anyone. I heard The Shield was... I never watched this one. I have it queued up, but I never watched it. I watched South Park. I started to... Yeah, I've seen 2 episodes of it. But I'm starting to watch South Park again. I'm into season 2 of South Park. If I don't want to watch YouTube and I just want something in the background now, I'm watching South Park. I fucking love South Park. I forgot how good. Again, I'm just into season 2 now, but I forgot how fucking good South Park is. But yeah, I mostly watch Justified right now. I just finished most of The Expanse, and I just finished. Well, I need to rewatch Jack Ryan on Netflix. Or not Netflix, Amazon Prime. Oh, Bosch is also really good. Longmire should also be good, I've heard. Song of Anarchy is also good. How is the Linux Refugee Club today? It's amazing. Banshee is also really good. Homeland, I only like the first season of. Luther is also really good. House, who don't like... If you don't like House, I don't fucking like you as a human. House is probably one of the best fucking series ever made. The Dexter I never really got into. 24 I like a lot. Punisher is also really good. And NCSI is also good. I only watched the first 5 seasons of that though. The Wire I never watched either. There's so many good shows. Hawaii 5-0, like the new, is also really good. The Resident, I think I've seen that one also, yeah. Happy Valley, I need to watch that one also. Yeah, there's so many I have on my wish list. But right now I'm going through Justified. So what I do is I pick a series and then I watched every episode of it until I'm done, and then I pick another series. And then I always have 1 or 2 like South Park or something like that as a if I need a break or something like that. Yeah, The Wire, I need to watch that one. I don't know why I keep pushing it off all the time. Yeah. 3. Yeah, I have about 2 shows on the go all the time. 1 main and 1 as a break. And the 1 as a break is one I've already watched before that I want to rewatch. So I pay for Amazon Prime and something called Viaplay. That's a Scandinavian only thing, I think. And via my phone bill or phone subscription, I get something called C More, or what the fuck it's called. It's basically it's our version of the BritBox. So it's primarily British television shows. So I just watched Spooks, MI5 series, Father Ted, Keeping Up Appearances, I watched all of those last year. You know, it's mostly just British television, so I watched a lot of British shows and stuff like that, but they don't have that big of repertoire because of licenses issues. But I got it free with my streaming device, phone subscription. The Cleaners, I watched that. Friday Night Dinner is fucking funny as shit. Yeah, but Viaplay, I don't like Netflix because Netflix in Denmark, they have a lot of shows, but it's fucking shit, most of it, or it's Vogue shit. Viaplay is kind of our Netflix in Scandinavia. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I would say it's equal to Hulu, yeah. It's a little bit more expensive than Netflix, but I like the quality of the programs there. And there's also a lot of Danish programs there and stuff like that I like to watch with my mom. I just take my tablet with her and stuff like that. As I don't, I don't care. If you want to reverse engineer multiplayer games, do it, but also be aware that if the company wants to sanction you because they have not given you permission to it, you just take the fucking rap for it. You know, that's if you do stuff like that, if you get caught or if they shut you down, you take the fucking beating, man. I don't have a big problem with people doing it. I have a problem with people doing it and expecting that if the companies find it out and they take you down, they're bitching and moaning about them getting into problem. Like, hey, you're doing something that is in a gray area, and when it's in a gray area, if you get a beating, you take the fucking beating. You know. I will not call it your own crafted product, no. So for something to be your own, you have to have modified 50% plus of the code. So if I take the vanilla Linux kernel and I change one module, it's still Linux, but if I take the Linux kernel and I modify 60% of the code, basically 60% of the code is not original code, now I can call it my own. That's just my philosophy. And how many of them run projects and hit social media hard, yeah. I still, again, if it's old games, again, I don't agree with it. If companies own the IP or if it's under a license, it's not yours to do with what you want. It's the companies that own that IP, that own that license. And they have paid a lot of money for it. So yeah, you are not allowed to steal their IP and reverse engineer it. You can make a clone of it. Build your own clone if you want to. Again, I believe in people should be able to do with whatever they want with the work they produce. And if that's putting it into a box and on a shelf, I don't believe in ethics. Ethic is such a weird term. Is it ethical? It's more like, okay, if a company have spent $1 million or $200 million on a game, and they are like, you know what, we're not going to do anything with this game. We are putting anything that we have done into a box and nobody's going to see it. They are in all their rights to do so. You are not entitled to anything. Just because someone built something or makes something, you are not entitled to it. If I build the biggest house in the world, I should be free to blow it up, make a big fucking orgy in it, or be like, nobody can get in this house. If I make thousands of games and only Becky can play them, or Nerdborg, or Anton, or any, like, if I say, okay, this person, these people are the only one that can play it, that's in my right because I made it. Unless you paid for it or you made it, you have no saying in what I'm doing with my stuff. I am not obligated to give anything to anyone. You are not obligated to give me anything at all. What you make, what you do is yours. And you can do with it whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not hurting people, of course. But let's just generally, you can do with it whatever you want. You are not this whole thing, and I see this a lot with Linux people, everything should be open source just because. All of that is entitlement. What they are saying is, I am entitled to your work. No, you're not. It has nothing to do with profit or anything. It don't matter. If I make a game, I sell it, and then I decide to put it on the shelf. I made it. It's mine. If they give it away for free, that's another thing I could do. Okay, I don't want to do anything with this game or this product anymore. Hey, go nuts, community. A lot of fucking software do that after X amount of years of it being inactive. They give away the source code or open the source code. Plan 9 did it. Atom have done it. There's so many software companies that they don't see any reason to have this source code just laying here doing nothing, and they're like, hey, yeah, we are putting it out as a MIT license or something like that, where you can do with it whatever the fuck you want. But it should be on the license holder's term, or the people that made its term, or the people that have bought the license. We are not entitled to anything. Just because someone do something in another part of the room or another part of the country, we are not entitled to it. Profit, non-profit, don't fucking matter. It don't matter. We are not entitled to anything. The only thing you are entitled to is things you do yourself. It don't matter if you don't know who owns it. If you don't have specific permission to do something, you just don't do it. Because that means that someone somewhere, we may not know who the fuck that is owning that product. It's their product. So unless you have explicit, someone said, here, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Unless it's clear as a day, you don't do it. If the developer, if the owner of the product say it's okay for you to do what you want to do, or it states in the license of said product that it's okay for you to do what you're doing, you do it. Like, I don't know why people think the software is anything different than a car or a house, or it's the same thing. It's just ones and zeros in on the internet. But making a piece of software is no different than Ford making a new model of the Mustang. It's the same fucking shit. They are making a product. OpenOffice is a product just like your refrigerator is a product, or your washing machine is a product. And you should respect and you should handle it with the same accordances as a refrigerator, a car. Just because it's easier to reverse engineer code than a washing machine, and it's easier to steal or, in quotes, borrow shit on the internet than it is a washing machine. You downloading or getting illegal access to a program is no different than you going into a store, stealing a washing machine and going out again. It's the exact same thing. Exact same thing. The same with a movie or music. Just because it's in a digital form, don't make it any different from going over and stealing a car. Yeah, AliExpress will disagree with me, yeah, but they are living in We have to remember the way that China looks at the world and the way that other people look at the world. China cares about China. They don't give a fuck about anyone else. And that's why you see there is a really, 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 really skewed how can I put it in a nice way? Some people have a lot. Most people have nothing. And the people that have nothing is working in the worst conditions you can think of to enrich the people that have a lot. You are not entitled to abandon games. If someone kills off a game or put it into abandonware, that you're not entitled to it just because it's old. They still, if they kill off the game, it's their prerogative. Have you developed the game? Have you give them money to develop the game? No. What if Ford stopped making the Mustang series? Should the Mustangs now be free for everyone to do whatever they want with? What you are doing right now is that you're doing everything to excuse theft. That's basically what you're doing. You're doing mental gymnastics to make an excuse for doing something that's illegal. You are not entitled to anything if you didn't make it yourself. I can bake a cake, I can sit in front of you, and I can say, hey, I can give you one piece of the cake, and then I can throw the rest out and poop on top of it. And you're like, but I want another piece. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I made the cake. I was friendly enough to give you a piece, or you bought a piece of me. But that don't entitle you to the rest of the cake. No fucks giving. Oh yeah, you're working from home again. Yeah. No, everything should be free comes from a mentality of I don't want to give back. For example, a mod fix in GTA Online loading, then submit to Rockstar. They added and the game is better, but they could have easily just say fuck you and keep the... Yeah, but that's not what we are talking about. We're talking about abandonware and reverse engineering. This is like contributing back to a project. That modder is not entitled to GTA. The only thing they are entitled to is that specific piece of code that they submitted back to the company. That's the only part of the game that you could debate they had any legal claim to, is that specific piece of code. Nothing more. No, a lot of Linux people, they really just want shit. Like, honestly, they just want shit. No, the rules are not bent on command. They just choose not to sue him. Hey, Marcus. That's the only issue here. They could be like, yeah, you did something we don't like and we're suing you. Or you did something we don't like, but you fixed something for us, and if you give us the code, we will not sue you. Or you did something we don't like, so we are taking the code and suing you, which is the dipshit move, to be honest. It's not bending the rules, it's just not enforcing the rule. If you're bending the rules, it's you saying it's okay to reverse engineer. They didn't say it was okay to reverse engineer. They just took advantage of someone that have done it. And their thank you to that developer is that we are not going to sue the living shit out of you. They might as well have done it. They might as well have done it. Or again, all of what if you boil this argument down to its purest form, is that you want something that's not yours. And you're trying to figure out any way, shape, and form that you can get that thing without getting into legal troubles. I have a newsflash for you. There's not enough mental gymnastics where that can ever happen. This is not evil. He did something. The developer did something he was not allowed to do. So he was the first one to do something wrong. He fixed a problem and gave it to the developers. Or they took it, or however the fuck I don't know how it ended up in that code. But who did the wrong first? He did. Or the reverse engineering person. They were the one doing something illegal, like hacking. Like there's a lot of companies that will go out and find hackers that have breached their security and say, if you tell me how you did it, I am not going to sue you, or you are not going to prison for it. That's kind of what happened here. Someone did something illegal and they fixed something, and Rockstar probably said, yeah, if you give us the code, we won't sue you. But he still did something illegal first. You know, it's like breaking into a store and then be like, hey, cops, don't arrest me. I have a fix for this fucking security system. Do you want it? They can say yes and still fucking put him into fucking prison or jail or whatever you call it. Or the shop owner can say, yeah, give me the fucking fix. He didn't take anything, so leave him be. But the guy still did something illegal to begin with. Okay, they paid him 10k. There's no problem then. Yeah, then there's no issue. They own the code now. You're really bad at this fucking argument thing. IT would be nice to get free tools once there's no money value. Doom is a great example. It was nice they released the source code, but it's not the law. Yeah, again. You are not entitled to anything. And if you do something that's illegal, even if you fix something, or you do it under the umbrella, I'm doing it for the good, you're still doing something illegal. If you're breaking into a house, you can sit on your fat ass and say, oh, I did it to test the security system. You still broke into the fucking house, okay? And you still have to pay for that crime of breaking into the house. Because the owner didn't tell you to break into the house. Whatever deals you come up with after that, that's on your own prerogative. That's something you hash out with the owner of the house. If you have some fucking brilliant idea to make his house more secure and he likes that, he can pay you, he can say, okay, let's do that. But in the end, he was the one doing something illegal to begin with. If they sued him, yeah, he did something illegal. I don't see what the problem is here. They still can sue him and pay him at the same time. It's not count. For fuck's sake, Kenny. Again, you want free fucking shit. You want to be able to do whatever the fuck you want with stuff that you have not made. It don't matter. You are doing illegal shit. I don't know. Hey, you looks like a shirt that's grey hat hacking. Yeah. Law is not always correct, but it's the law. If that's what the law is, you follow it. If you want to change the law, you become a politician. You don't change the law by breaking the law. So if you want to do something about licensing issues with software, you take your fucking ass off the internet, you become a politician. You start to educate yourself in lawmaking, and how it functions in society. You are in the wrong place with that argument. That's how you change the law. But we have to remember one thing, even if we fucking don't like it or agree with it, the law is the law. Is that not what Judge Dredd is saying? I am the law, or something like that. The law is the law. And if you want to change the law, or we don't agree with the law, you have to become a politician to change the law. All of this fucking internet activism tries me not sitting on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Oh, it should be like this, and well, if you want to change the law, there's one way you do it: become a fucking politician. No, can people online infect politicians and political makings? Yes, but you will have a higher chance of changing it if you become a politician. I know Rockstar is a bad company. I get it. I understand. What is it called? Gearbox. They did the same with the guy that exposed the. What is the game? The third. What the fuck is it called? Why can't I remember it? No, not Red Dead Redemption. Borderlands 3. Someone leaked Borderlands 3. They also said private investigators and stuff like out to them. If you do illegal shit or things that goes against the fucking license or law of the product, you have to expect that they will do crazy shit to you. I don't agree with it. I think it's going overboard. I think that they are being too aggressive. Yes. But they are in their right to do so. They are not hurting anyone. And as long as they're not hurting anyone, and he is the one, or she, whoever did it, was doing the wrong thing, they basically got fucking caught stealing cookies. Like, you know, they stole cookies, and mom figured it out. And sometimes you get a fucking sit down and a talk. Other times you get a slap with a belt in the butt. I don't agree with the slap in the butt. Or sending, you know, people out to them. But if that's legally allowed, the only way we can change that is become politicians. Again, you're doing exactly what the crazy people on Twitter are. They are trying to say, oh, I should be allowed to do this because I want free shit or I want to. No. You are trying to do mental gymnastics to justify you doing bad shit. That's what this comes down to. We should not let companies... Kenny, fuck off the internet and go become a politician then. All of this, even if I agree with you, is meaningless because we can't do anything about it where we are right now. If this is so big of an issue for you, what the fuck are you doing on YouTube? They are fucking cock-blocking you and probing your sorry little ass up to high heaven. They are way worse than Rockstar and Gearbox combined. Heck, they are way worse than Microsoft. They are way worse than fucking Apple. Instead of sit here and bitch and moan about it, what about going out and do something about it? I hate this mentality. I really fucking hate it. It's like saying, I'm overweight. Why the fuck do I not lose weight just by being fucking sexy? It must be everyone else's fault. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to count calories. I'm not going to the gym. I'm not going for a walk. I am not going to do anything about losing weight other than going onto the internet and bitch and moan about that it's not okay that I can't lose weight. Well, yeah, you have to become a politician, yeah. Maybe we should find a way not to get caught. No, don't reverse engineer shit. I will not sit here and advocate ways of not being caught and doing things. If you're talking about black market and stuff like that and doing illegal shit on my stream, I'm going to block you. I never allowed people to share ways of getting illegal shit or ways of circumventing laws and stuff like that, because that alone can get me into a heap of fucking problems with YouTube. And just that you think about that, tells me that you don't give a fuck about other people's hard work because it's inconvenience to you. If you respected other people's hard work, you would not do the things that you're talking about. You would become part of that hard work and help out. You were not sitting and finding ways of circumventing the hard work so you potentially could get something for free. You really need to reevaluate this whole fucking thing, man. I have pirated a shit ton of things in the past. I was around with fucking Pirate Bay was a thing, and all of those fucking crazy places. Napster was a thing, and I've used all of them. All of them. I am no better than anyone. I've used all of them. I don't do it anymore for the exact same reasons that I'm sitting here. I realized that if everyone did what I did, if everyone was copying videos, if everyone was hacking software, millions of people would not have a job. Heck, this software would not even be made. Not only would they not make the software that I want, because why make it when we can't make money on it? And all of the developers would then not have a job. So if everyone did this exact thing, just by going to Pirate Bay and get everything for free, the software would not be made, and hundreds of thousands of people would not have a job. Could not put food on the table and stuff. I'm like, you know what? If I think this product is too expensive, I'm not going to buy it then. And I will not pirate it. But I will find a cheap alternative. Or a free alternative, it's out there. But I'm not going to do anything illegal to get it. I will happily pay for a product that is worth being paid for. If I feel that this amount of money represent what I'm getting out of the product, I'm willing to pay for it. Because not only am I paying for the product, I'm also paying for the poor little sucker that's sitting and coding it in a cubicle somewhere. The marketing department, the art department people that are making all of this fucking amazing art that we see here and stuff like that. Yes, I am giving money to a corporation, I'm giving money to a company, but I'm also giving money to Bob in his cubicle and Amy in her fucking, drawing department. I'm helping to make sure that these people have a fucking job. And when you start to think about it like that, I can't see how you can pirate with it. Like, I don't use ad blockers on YouTube, for example. Because I know how important ad revenue is for a YouTuber. It would be massively hypocritical of me to sit here and say that, oh my god, ad revenue is down the drain and blah blah blah, and I'm using ad blockers. It's... Everyone wants to do good things as long as it's convenient for them. The second it becomes inconvenient for them, they don't want to do the right thing anymore. Blame the corporations always while using all the tools corporation makes to complain about not limited to software. Yeah. You don't have to become politicians, but one does need to engage with it. Yeah, you need to be part of the political system and you need to engage with it, but the best way is to become a politician. It's easier if you're, if you're a politician. You will have the easier way of making an impact. Hey, if I need a program for something, if I need a video editor or anything like that, the first thing I do is, what do the free and open source community brings to the table? If that's not good enough, what is the paid options? And then I find the paid option that makes sense, aka what is the cheapest paid option that I can get. So the video editor I use is free, but I also use paid in the past, but I never paid for, let's say, the Adobe suite, Adobe Premiere, because I feel that is too expensive for what it brings. It's not too expensive for a Hollywood studio, but it is for me as a home person. So I use Sony Vegas. Now I'm using DaVinci Resolve, the free version, because it's giving me what I need. I'm actually thinking about buying DaVinci Resolve for, like, what is it, $250 or something like that. I feel $250 for a video editor program I use many hours weekly is worth paying, because I know that if I give it, I look at it like this: if I buy DaVinci Resolve Studio, I don't buy the software. I'm giving it a donation to the company. I'm donating $250 to make sure that they will keep developing the software and the developers still have a job. I know that's a little bit not egotistical, but it's a little bit of dream thinking. You know, a lot of those money goes directly into the CEO's fucking hands and the bank of the company. I know that. But I would like to think that I'm doing an okay thing here. I've used the software for many years for free. So instead of donating to an open source project, I'm donating, or if it was an open source project, I would have donated to that project. But instead of doing that, I'm paying for the free for the version. You know, that's how I look at a lot of things. Like, I don't buy stuff just to buy stuff. If the company is blatantly ripping you off, don't buy the product, man. Unless you really need it, of course not. But if the product does what you want it to do, it's a really fucking good product, and you can kind of justify the price for the product, I think you should pay that fucking price. Because it helps making sure that product will still be around. You know, is this Christmas music? I think it's Christmas music. But I feel that the open source people, they are so afraid of paying money. Like they like when just look at the fucking mental. I wanna be Donkey Kong, yeah. Like I remember how fucking batshit crazy got over this little thing here. How dare they want you to pay money for this dispute, even though you can just go in here and press 0? How dare they kinda trick you into paying for it? How dare they? It's a free and open source project. Every time I hear Linux people bitch and moan about free and open source, they only do it because they don't have to do the work or pay for it. The second they have to do some work, they bitch and moan. The second they have to pay, they bitch and moan. They bitch and moan. So that tells me that most open source people and Linux people, they only give a fuck about what can I get for free without giving anything back. There are some people out there that will, donate to open source projects and stuff like that. Sadly not enough, if you ask me. DaVinci Resolve 3 is amazing. It does most whatever. I've been using DaVinci Resolve for 5 years or something like that now. Yep, I do think it's not always about price, but price has... Again, I would say, like, if you feel the price represents what you are getting, most people are willing to pay for it. Unless you are a Linux user, because then you feel entitled for everything to be done for you and everything to be free. How many times have you seen Linux people bitch and moan about a feature to be implemented, to a bug be fixed and stuff like that, and they have not fucking sent a bug fix back. They have not helped out the project whatsoever. They have not talked to the developers about if they are trying to fix it, doing it. No, they're just sitting and bitching and moaning about it's not working for me. Most open source and Linux people are the most hypocritical group of people I have ever met in my life. At least Windows and Mac people bitch and moan, but they fucking pay upfront for to be allowed to do that. Because most of their software they have paid for. I feel 1000% it's okay if you pay for a product to bitch and moan about it and not doing anything for it because you paid for it. Like I said, if it's free, you are the product. If you don't pay for the product, you then have to help make it better. Submit bugs, do something to help the community, throw some money at them, do something. Because if you get it for free, you honestly don't have much to bitch and moan about. And I know I sit and bitch and moan about Linux and open source all the time and stuff like that. I am no better than anyone else. We all do it to some extent, but I don't expect to get anything for free on the open source. And what I do, or I hope it comes across, is that I'm giving feedback instead of bitching and moaning. Like, this is the problem, ways to fix it, or they should focus more on it. Get what I'm coming at? Where I see a lot of Linux people, oh my god, Nvidia is not supporting Linux. Why the fuck are they not supporting Linux? They are fucking blah 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 blah. Or, oh my god, KDE Live is crashing all the time. Why the fuck is why is the developers not doing anything? And blah bits and more, instead of being like, this is crashing. I feel it's a problem with the code evolving around, let's say, Intel CPUs, or I'm getting this error messages when it's going about, when it's having out, or this is not okay, it's doing this. They need to focus more on it. That's a good way of bitch and moan about it, instead of just saying, I demand this being fixed tomorrow. Sorry. And a lot of Linux users, they come across, I demand this to be fixed tomorrow. And again, if you are a YouTuber, you kind of get a pass on that. Because a YouTuber's, not job, but what we also do as YouTubers is that instead of we going on to the developers, we just highlight it in a video, and hopefully people that are associating with the product see the issues we have in a video. What I'm talking about is people just sitting and bitching and moaning on Discord or on a forum and stuff like that. But yeah, we all should do more than sitting and bitching and moaning. But if you pay for a product, you are paid for the right to bitch and moan. And it's something I need to remember that myself, to be honest, because sometimes I also bitch and moan for something I got just for free. And I didn't submit a bug report. I didn't donate, but I'm still bitching and moaning. But I hope I'm not doing it as much as I see other people doing it. Or at least I'm trying to get... that's my goal anyway. When I bitch and moan about something in my videos, I always try to give some way of fixing it. Go talk to these people. This is how you could fix it. Or asking the community, or focusing more on the UI instead of the backend. Giving a constructive criticism instead of just bitching for the sake of bitching. But again, if you pay $1 to Elementary OS, you have now bought the right to bitch and moan all you want about Elementary OS and do nothing about it. Because you paid $1. It's that simple. When you pay for something, you also pay for the right to bitch and moan. Because now you bought something. You bought a product. You are giving something back. You're giving something in return. So therefore, you have more rights than you have if you just got it for free. And I'm not talking rights in like legal rights, but you get what I'm coming at here. As a developer, that disgusts me. I get it, yeah. People are working to make a living, exactly. Yeah, the legal, the regional pricing issue and gray market issue, I agree with it. Yeah, I remember Movie Maker. I used to use that, yeah. I will pay those. Yeah, I'm done. I think I will do it anyway. Because I've used it for so long for free, I feel that I need to give something back. And there are some like by buying the studio version, you get better GPU acceleration. So that means that I can fully utilize my GPU for rendering and transitioning and stuff like that. You are unlocking some features that will benefit me greatly by doing it. Yeah, 3D Movie Maker, yeah. Yeah, bitch about your own code as long as you want. Yeah, you're right, Don. They just go on to... Okay, so, Katie, again, you are taking things way out of proportion here. If you pay for Elementary OS, you paid the right to bitch and moan about Elementary OS. I did not say that it gave you the right to abuse the developers. Nowhere did I say that bitching and moaning about a product is not the same as being abuses towards the developers. I think you need to do something here to get so we get on the same page here, because I feel that every time we are talking, you find a way to misrepresent what I'm saying in some degree, and I don't like that. That's not a productive conversation method. Yeah. I love open source. I think any program done in any educational institute should be open source. Yeah. GPU encoding is totally worth it. So DaVinci Resolve do some GPU related tasks in the free version. But I think when it comes to rendering and stuff like that, it's not utilizing the GPU. It's only for like transitioning in the timeline and stuff like that. So when I render videos right now, I use like 10% of my GPU or something like that. The rest is done on purely CPU, basically. Where if I pay for it, I think it will utilize the GPU and the CPU to its max. Are you responding to yourself? Bitching and moaning is not the same as being abusive. There's a bitching and moaning is complaining, okay? You are complaining about the product not living up to expectation, having issues and stuff like that. That's not the same as going in and say the developers are X, Y, and Z, and the developers should do this and that, and the developers should, all of the fucking bad things you can dream of. They're two way different fucking issues. Even on a PowerPoint of view, you save money. Yeah. But anyway, Elementary OS may not be around much longer. I think they're having some troubles. They can't find money, and I think the passion is going away, and what have you not. So here's the thing with Elementary OS. It's the typical example of trying to fix a problem we don't have with Linux. The UI or like GNOME, XFCE, you know, KDE, they are way good enough desktop environments, even better than Windows if I'm being honest. We don't need Pantheon, we don't need Cosmic OS. We need a better Linux. But Elementary OS is not fixing Linux, they're just putting a dress and lipstick on a pig. So even if we get a little bit more seamlessly integrated small little programs with a nice user interface, I'm still dealing with the same shit under Elementary OS as I am under fucking Ubuntu, because it's based on Ubuntu. So a lot of the same fucking issues is just translated back over to Elementary OS. Those are the things that needs to be fixed for Linux to get any mainstream recognition. You need to fix the underlying operating system. The problem with Linux is not UI problems. Some of it is, but most is not. The problem with Linux is Linux itself. It's the lack of X, Y, and Z. It's the unwillingness to work together in the world that we are living in, and all of these things, and that's not something you fix with a beautiful desktop environment. You know, if you want Flatpak system, run Silverblue. I don't give a fuck about the whole Flatpak. I love Linux, and I run Linux almost daily, if not every day. On an average, I probably run Linux 2 hours a day every day. Sometimes I run it for 3. Right now, I've been spending 3 hours in OpenSUSE. Sometimes I run it for 10 hours a day, and then not for a couple of days. But on average, I probably use Linux 2 or 3 hours every day. I love Linux, but the issues I had with Linux 10 years ago, I still have with Linux. The core issues that Linux always have had has always been there. They have not been fixed. We've just gotten better hardware support. We've gotten more intuitive desktop environments. We've gotten more applications. But the core problems with Linux is still the same as it was X, Y, and Z years ago. The kernel is still fucking things up it should not be fucking up. You know, there's still a massive idiocracy incompatibility issues going on, and support issues, and all of these crazy fucking things. I would say that the biggest push we had on the Linux desktop was when they started to do this whole automatically installing proprietary driver thing that Ubuntu and Mandrake did back in the early 2000s. That was a massive fucking leap. That the operating system or the distribution software figured out what hardware you had and installed the proper drivers for you. Because that was a massive issue for a lot of people. Ever since then, it's just better installers, better fucking file managers, better word processors, and everything else was just the same fucking shit in the back end. Some things get a little bit of a tweak here and there, but I'd rather see them spending fucking years getting NVIDIA to work better, getting peripherals to work better, getting Linux to just run better on normal hardware, man. Or obscure hardware, and all of these things, instead of like, yeah, let's make a desktop in Rust just because we like Rust. That's another fucking whole debate. Rust people are batshit fucking crazy people, just like Linux people. Like all the Rust people, like if I ask a Rust person about a coding problem, the answer is always use Rust. That's always the answer. I want to build a HTML page or a website. Use Rust. I'm like, I want to do a really simple prototype code. Use Rust. It's like everyone is just like Rust. Or not everyone, but the Rust people. Like it's like talking to a Linux person. I have this issue. Why don't you use Linux? It's like, you do know that the issue I'm having is because of Linux, or the issue that I want, or the thing that I want to do, Rust is massively bad at. Yeah, JavaScripting, I will not say that it's that big of an issue. It's more Rust people. I think JavaScripting is more if you go on to the front-end development. Yeah, it's their way of saying reading the manual. Yeah, like a front-end development. Yeah, I could definitely see Java being the thing there. Yeah. Can we even see how much money they get? I do like Pantheon though. Like, it's not a bad designed desktop. It's just not like the problem I have with Elements Heavy OS is that it's based on a LTS release, so after a year it starts to feel really outdated, and it takes them a year or year and a half. Like they like when did they release version 7? And it's based on 2204 if I'm not mistaken. So they released it like last end of January. So over a year after 2204 got released. So that means that we only have a fucking year where we can basically use this efficiently, basically. You get what I'm saying here. And already now it's starting to feel really outdated with the backend that it's going for. What is the deal with Rust anyway? It should be more secure, more efficient, and has better garbage collection or something like that. What would you say are the major problems of Windows updating? Windows updates are the worst I have ever fucking experienced. And bad third-party driver code. Like, that's not a Windows problem, but it's developers making bad programs. It's the same like it is with Linux. A lot of Linux problems is because third-party developers don't know how to code for it. But Windows only updates is the biggest one for me. And privacy issues. They need to be... I think there should be a way to totally 1000% disable any data collection telemetry. It's not a massive issue with me because YouTube, Google, my credit card, my bank, my shop, anything we do online is taking telemetry and data anyway. But it would be nice to have a way to turn it off. But I would say that Windows' biggest problem right now is updates. It's just way too fucking outdated, man. It takes way too long. And I think consistency in their UI design could be a good thing to get also. But other than that, I Windows 10 and Windows 11 for me has been the two best Linux, or not Linux, I keep calling it Linux, Windows versions I have ever run. I like Windows 10 and 11 way more than any other Windows release. Like, I really do. Yeah, the TPM with Windows on the Home Edition, I think it's overkill, but I get it. People have bitched and moaned for decades about how unsecure Windows is, and they are like, okay, we now require you to have a security model built into your system to run Windows to make it way more secure. I get it. I get it. It's just a little bit inconvenient, but security should never be convenient for you. Oh, so instill 2004. Holy shit. Yeah, but Rust makes sense for certain scenarios. Yes, you can upgrade for 10. If your computer supports Windows 11, it's a free update. It's that simple. And it has to push past the long beard who wants to stick with C++. C++ makes sense for certain application type or certain scenarios. What are you talking about? The whole trans thing? Yeah, I don't think they. No, I think you got your. Yeah, I don't think you know what you're talking about. There are you can opt into testing new and beta releases of Windows. You can basically opt in to be part of their development tree. There's also a current version that you can opt into, and then I think there's like a LTS kind of upgrade path you can go into. So you're only getting upgrades when it's stable for your system. But basically, and here's the thing, at work, there are some computers where they don't push updates to one computer but to another one because said computer, the hardware configuration, that update have problem with that hardware configuration. So Windows updates can say, okay, you have this hardware configuration. There's a bug in the current updates that makes it unstable on your hardware configuration. But this other computer has another hardware configuration. So for this one here, we can push the upgrades. I wish Linux had that. Linux just upgrade willy-nilly. It don't look at you at your computer hardware at all. It don't give a fuck. It just update. But at least Windows is like, yeah, we know there is issues right now with this update for your computer. So therefore, we're not going to push it for that computer, but we're pushing it for another one. I use two computers at work. I have two computers standing. One is running Windows 11, one is running Windows 10. And there are other computers down. There's also one Windows 10. And the computer I am sitting with, because it's a 13-year or 10-year-old computer, it don't have the latest H22 or 22H, whatever it is, update, because there's issue with that computer that I have. But another computer also running 10 has that update. So that basically just means I don't get tabs in my file manager. That's the only issue I have with it. Oh, no, it's not tabs. It's something else I can't remember. There's one thing that I don't get on that computer that really irritates me because it's a feature that I really like, but I get on the other one. But that's because that update is not stable or has no bug on my computer. On my hardware configuration. Microsoft wants your market share. The OS is a loose. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, enabled TPM. Yeah. Yeah, that's stupid. If there's a meme that Rust people are mostly trans people or whatever they are called nowadays, That's stupid. Yeah, that's a stupid meme. Those two things. I'm going to be a little bit like leftist there and say don't mix that with each other because it's two different issues. Okay, they have nothing to do with each other. If the case may be that is the case, that has nothing to do with the programming language. We are talking a social issue versus a IT debate, and they should not be mixed together. I don't get why people are this programming language or this product is mostly being used by X group of people, so therefore they should be like that. I don't buy into that fucking shit. I don't. I think we should keep social issues for themselves and, tech hardware issues for themselves and more, don't mix stuff together that don't fit together. No, Kenny. What you're talking about is that they have taken away features for the Windows 11 taskbar to simplify the UI. That's part of their new design language. So, with Windows 11, a new version of the design language for Windows came out. And the way the taskbar function is part of that design language. That's not them doing an unstable version of it. It's just that according to the new design language, this is how the taskbar has to be. And one of the biggest fucking issues I have is I can't move it from the bottom to the top. And I can't adjust the height of it. I hate that. But that's part of the new design language. And if they want to implement features again, like they implemented, now you can right click on the taskbar and get the task manager as you could back in the day. They may re-implement features, but this is their new design language. That's why we got Windows 11, or one of the reasons why we got Windows 11 was that they wanted to do a new design language. I don't know what they know. The GNOME developers are taking features away and not implementing them again. Microsoft is taking features away. And if there is a high enough demand, they are putting it back in, or sometimes putting it back in together. The GNOME developers, they don't give a fuck. And also, you have to remember, GNOME has not updated their design language for fucking close to a decade now. GNOME, a little bit, maybe 5 years. But GNOME today, they can make an update to GNOME tomorrow and take away features, but not updating the design language. Where Windows, what they did was they updated the design language, and with that update, they're like, okay, these features don't need to be there anymore. The hot dog stack. And there's a difference in that. If you are going from a design language to another design language, I'm kind of I'm not okay with taking features away, but I can understand it. What I don't understand is that if this KDE gets updated tomorrow and we can't have icons up here anymore, but other than that, it's the exact same KDE. Now we're getting a fucking issue. Yeah, if you that's what you do as a developer. You remove code, even if it works, if it's not being used anymore. And you do that to again, new design models, new coding philosophies, new best practices. Because if you have code that is built around outdated best practices, that can end up giving you bugs down the line in the future. Because then you're starting to code after this new best practices set. And you have code that is built towards the old one, and at some point, they are not going to mix together. Basically, everything has to be on the same page. Everything has to be done in the same manner when we're talking coding, or as close as possible. Yeah, there's still Windows 3.11 elements in Windows UI. People complain about Windows because they have no fucking idea about Windows. Yeah, you have to change legacy code. If you're changing the way you code, it's a really good idea to change legacy code. Yeah, I wish I could move the taskbar, but it's not a deal breaker for me. Honestly, I don't care. I just wish I had the option, but I really don't care. You're trying to push something that's not there. Yeah, that's why you still have businesses running outdated XP because it just work. Yeah, an 11 new thing, yeah. People do. They take features away that everyone is using. Like, GNOME used to have sliding fucking wallpapers by default. A lot of people use sliding wallpapers by default in GNOME. Can't do that anymore without having a plugin to it. GNOME took away so many features that a lot of people, like close to 50% of the majority of people use, they took them away. A lot of people, a good portion of people love to theme GNOME. And they make it, every release, they make it harder and harder and harder to change. Yeah, that would piss people off. But if only 1% or under 1% was theming GNOME or changing wallpapers like that, the majority of, or a big portion of people would not bitch and moan about it. The option to move the taskbar, you hear that once in a while with Windows reviews, but you don't hear it much from Windows users. Most Windows users don't move the taskbar. They don't really care about it, to be honest. It's only tech enthusiasts that kind of bitch and moan about it, if you read the reviews for Windows and stuff like that. Oh, there's a lot of people using, a lot of enterprises using XP. There are a lot of the Department of Defense are using 8-bit computers in some instances in the States. No, I'm not going to do more reaction videos to Chris Titus Tech. DOS, yeah. Risk OS, yep. So companies, they kind of follow a path of, well, you guys have said it. If this thing works and it works really well, we are not going to touch it, look at it, talk about it, in hope it will work as it does, as long as it possibly can. Because they don't want to spend money. And if that box over there is working perfectly fine for what they needed to do, to the satisfaction that they needed it to be done in, they see no reason to update it. That's why people wanted the paid extended support for Ubuntu. They wanted it. It's been in demand for years. Because a lot of people, companies, they don't want to upgrade Ubuntu if it's not necessary. I would have a beer with Chris Titus Tech. I don't think I would have a beer with DistroTube. I'm kinda I've lost him. How to create new windows in Ubuntu. Hidden settings. What the fuck is that about? I never have an issue with this snap demon here, to be honest. Lunar lobster. Yeah, I've heard that some weapon systems or controls to weapon systems, like missile systems and stuff like that, was still controlled by old Ataris, or what the fuck they were called, like 8-bit computers or something like that. No, they were part of the system. Controlling it may be too big of a stretch, but yeah, they had old 8-bit computers, one thing, and it was basically just like switching a button on and off or something like that. There have been reports about that. Would you like to play a game? Yeah, let's play a war game. Oh, I thought it was something into, well, not. I may make a videos about how to upgrade the current version of Ubuntu to 23.04. Great for gaming. Oh yeah, they update the installer. Oh, maybe I will just do a fresh install then. I do like Ubuntu. It's an okay system, man. There are ARM versions of Windows. Yeah, you're right, Linux Aficionado. Yeah. I OpenSUSE, Fedora, Arch, and Kubuntu if you want to run KDE. No, the problem with Linux YouTubers is that if you react to Linux YouTubers, it's like going up to the Pope and telling him that he pooped in your soup. It just brings too much fucking headache with you. They can't take a joke. They don't accept difference of opinion. They if you don't follow the narrative, you're worse than. You could kill 10 kittens on YouTube and still be regarded as a better person than criticizing anything to do with Linux. Just wait and see when I upload the reaction video to about the Steam Deck next week. I will be hunted down by fucking crazy people. It's just not worth the hassle. It's just not worth the hassle. I'd rather focus on things where the community is okay people. If Linux want people to talk more about Linux, they need to be less fucking idiots. They really do. I would love nothing else than talk about Linux 24/7. I just don't want to deal with the fucking cult mentality. I just don't want to deal with it. It's that simple. I just don't want to deal with it. I have never tried Tuxedo OS. You're making a channel just to bitch and moan about Linux or to angry the Linux people or be critical about Linux. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it, man. I will say this: if you want to grow fast on to a limited degree, if you want to grow fast on YouTube, make videos talking about how great Linux is compared to Windows. Like, talk about Windows versus Linux and how Windows is the worst thing in the world and Linux is the most amazing. It's better than anything you could ever do. It's better than sex. It's better than fresh made bread. It's better than your favorite meal. It's better than blowjob from your favorite fucking movie star. If you make those kind of videos, you can grow really fast on YouTube. Up to a certain degree, then you get into there's just not enough people interested in Linux category. Like, that will fucking boost you right up there, man. Yeah, having legacy systems can be a little bit of an issue. You only understand how the Linux community feels about Linux. Let me put it into this perspective a little bit. If you have observed something for 25 plus years, you start to see a pattern, okay? When you have looked at Linux content since YouTube started, you kinda see a pattern. If every time I say Vector's name, he's swinging his big dick around, you start to see a pattern. Okay? If every time I say eBoss Central and Linux aficionado is starting to slap his butt around, you start to see a pattern. Just I don't know much about YouTube, but I've seen content creators started after me getting more subs and views than me doing that exact same thing. I've seen people in 1 or 2 years get to 100,000 subscribers doing that exact thing, looking at like I barely can remember Linux YouTuber's name anymore. That bearded fucking guy, what is his name now? When the Linux experiment blew up by doing it. Am I really that fucking bad at remembering Linux YouTubers' names? I am also tired and I got some beer in me. The DistroTube is doing the Linux cast. TechHot, there you go. TechHot. He's kind of blew up doing Linux versus Windows videos to some degree. Like, if you were doing this massively positive view on Linux and you are shitting on Windows and anything else, you can get a fucking big following quite fast, though. And I did it for a little while, and I did see a boost in my subscription base. I just don't believe in it, so I can't do it. I don't know what's... yeah. I am interacting. I've been interacting with the Windows community as long as I've been interacting with the Linux community. It's not something I never have done. I'm in Christian Lambert's Discord is a primarily Windows Discord. I talk to a lot of Windows people who've done it for years and years and years. That's why I can say that I like, the Windows community more than the Linux community. Oh, I don't have to turn the Linux fanboys away. I already done that a long time ago. But they still come back. This whole fucking Charlie and Sneeko drama is getting fucking out of hand. I never liked Mr. Beast's videos. He just comes across like a massively fucking arrogant douchebag. I don't know if that's the case. And this kind of fake over-excitement kind of drives me nuts. Is this the Thingamadooski?
And hand-delivered to me by ASUS. And I can tell you with certainty that while I'm not allowed to tell you the exact specs, this is not just another Steam Deck clone. Because it's more like 2 Steam Deck clones. They are claiming literally double the performance, twice the refresh rate, more than double the resolution, and I am one of only 2 people outside of ASUS who gets to show off the ROG Ally prototype today. And I'm the only one who gets to show you our sponsor.
So, this one here don't look like Windows 10. Who was the person that told me that they were using stock Windows 10? This looks like a thumbpad-driven UI. Who do I need to swing my little dick's face on? No official Steam support. Who gives a fuck? There's other ways of doing it out there.
Zoho One, who's here to help you take your business to the next level. They're all-in-one software.
There you go.
Yeah, we could do that. And then sharded out the ROG Ally. But their team has actually spent the last 10 years working on various handheld console concepts, just waiting for an opening in a difficult market that has chewed up and spit out numerous experienced players over the years. And the biggest thing that proves this isn't just another copycat design is what I'm doing right now. ASUS obsessed over how people actually use these handheld devices, finding that they don't want them to be too big, they also don't want them to be too small, and they want them to be genuinely comfortable to hold. Now, when you first pick up the ROG Ally, it isn't very comfortable, to be perfectly honest with you. I have a hard time reaching the shoulder buttons, and these bottom corners here just like kind of dig into my hand. But then watch this, and it's perfect. These little contours here at the bottom right and left are designed for the device to be held at an angle with the screen actually facing your face, and in many cases resting, either on the desk in front of you or on your lap. In terms of buttons, it's a pretty bog standard Xbox layout. We've got our start and select here and here, or whatever Microsoft calls those buttons. I actually don't know what these other buttons do. Oh, I guess we're gonna find. Oh, okay, so that switches between Windows and your game. Quick switcher, and oh, that brings up their command center. Ooh, I really like this quick switcher between mouse mode.
This is not Windows, just the Windows 10 UI as the good old fucking Linux gamer said it was. This is like a controller-driven UI that makes sense on top of Windows. Which he said it would not be like. I may need to splice in some clips from this video into my reaction video. I love it.
Is this to make it like a keyboard jointed mouse or whatever?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Quick toggle between 60 and 120 hertz refresh rate. Oh man, I have been waiting for someone to do 120 hertz. I know it's worse for battery life. Okay, I know it's more expensive, but there are a lot of games, particularly emulated games, enthusiast, that you totally could run at 120 frames per second and would totally run on this hardware, especially this hardware. I am loving these RGB joysticks. In terms of buttons, the good thing about the joysticks is they're full size, so you'll get the same level of control that you would get with a Steam Deck. The bad news is you'll get the same level of control as you will with the Steam Deck. They're not Hall effect, which means that even though you can calibrate the 0 point, so you shouldn't suffer from drift, knock on wood, you can't fully eliminate dead zones, and they might not have the same level of durability. D-pad feels solidly okay. It's far from the best I've felt, but it's not nearly the worst. And while I'm not a huge fan of long travel ABXY buttons, these aren't bad. I mean, I'd say they're about like you'd get on like an Xbox controller. Though it should be noted that this is a prototype device, and I would love for that to improve. Asus is here supervising. Now that I'm in position, the shoulder and trigger buttons are very easy to access. These seem like analog triggers, though they haven't confirmed that for me yet. And like the Steam Deck, and unlike many other competing Windows handhelds on the market, they've got additional buttons on the back of the device, though not as many as the Steam Deck.
I will say this, it looks way fucking more design friendly than the Steam Deck. What's the big prop on the top? I think it's a dock thing. So you can dock it, probably. I don't know, maybe. But like, if you look at it, it's hard to see. But I never liked the design of the Steam Deck. It looks like someone took some clay and then just throw it on the table. Yeah, this will do. It's square enough. Let's put some buttons on the screen on it. It's ugly, okay? It's big. It's ugly. This here looks way more streamlined. Like I know it has nothing to do with how good the thing is, but I'd rather have this from a aesthetic standpoint than the Steam Deck.
This looks flippin' awesome. I'm not allowed to show you guys FPS, but Asus says that at 15 watts, they are up to 50% faster than the Steam Deck. Ooh. And at 35 watts, they are double the performance at 7.
I get why he's shaking his pants right now, because if this deliver on all the things that they're saying right now, this could be a Steam Deck killer, aka his channel will be dead. Well, not dead, he needs to rebrand his channel. Again, I don't understand why he did. For his channel being focused on the Steam Deck, this could be a perfect example. Or not example, but opportunity to do shootouts. Compare them. Being, excited about a new competitor. And showcasing both. Imagine if you could cater to both markets. Like how much more subs, views, and money he could make instead of just being a Steam Deck guy. But I think his biggest issue, as far as I could hear it, was, bro, it wants Windows, or Windows can't be a console.
7 inches, 1080p looks crazy sharp.
Yeah, a bit.
If this is running very...
So if you want to understand why he say that, look up pixel per inch. That determines how good of a quality of... It basically is the more pixel per inch, the sharper and the more detailed things looks and stuff like that. So imagine taking 1080p and putting it up on a 100-inch screen where you can see all the fucking pixels going amok, versus putting it down into a 7-inch or 10-inch display. You get a totally different experience with just 1080p, and that is because of the pixel per inch. And I'm actually butchering it really massively right now, but you get the idea here.
Variable refresh rate, it makes sense that it was so hard for me to nail down what FPS it's running at, because if it dips below the panel's variable refresh rate range, then it'll really start to chug, and as long as it's within that range, it's going to look shockingly smooth. So if I had to guess, I'd say we're seeing anywhere from 45 FPS down to it's probably dipping to about 20, and that's where I'm really seeing those stutters. No matter how you slice it though, this is incredibly impressive. We're not even in game yet. I am loving this display. Okay, not only does it run at a higher resolution than the Steam Deck, it also hits a peak of 500 nits, which is more than, I think that's higher than any of the handhelds we've tested recently. And
so yeah, most screens is about... So 500 is HDR territory. Anything from 400 and up, it's HDR. HDR10, I think, is 400, and you go up depending if you need an OLED display to have that, of course. Most gaming monitors, they are between 240, 50 to 350 is, maybe 400 nits. So this display is probably more sharper, or can emit more light than most people's gaming monitors can, if they are not using HDR.
And it's rated at just 7 milliseconds for the pixel response times. Now, that doesn't sound that impressive compared to some of the latest gaming monitors that boasting sub 1 millisecond response times. But you gotta understand that even on something like a gaming laptop, the native pixel response time is gonna be pretty similar to this. They're just overdriving those pixels. So this is gonna be at least a clean 7 milliseconds, which at 60 hertz is gonna...
So... how long will Proton be supported after this? Every fucking Linux fanboy is now shaking their tiny penises right now. How dare you say that Proton is going away? How could you? How could you? You just ate their fucking baby in front of them. But yeah, if the Steam Deck fails, we probably won't see much Valve involvement in Linux, as is part of the course for Valve. If it stopped making sense of money for them, they just drop it like a hot potato.
It'll look great, and 120 hertz should be okay. Wow, this is running really smooth. I wasn't even thinking about it, which is the mark of good. Okay, we're only at 720p though.
What is that game?
You guys need to change it so that I can toggle to manual mode as well. Once I configure my manual mode, I should be able to just toggle to manual mode. Dude, though, this is so smooth.
Oh, the Steam Deck can also run Windows. A lot of people, or not a lot, but I don't know this for a fact, but how many, but there are a good part of people that actually are running Steam Deck with Windows because you can run more games on Windows.
If you play lighter games, indie games, emulated games, 120 hertz makes so much sense. I'm all the way...
I've said this before. If someone came up to me and gave me a Steam Deck, I would not say no, but I would not use it. I like the idea of handheld gaming devices, but I am not a handheld gamer. I don't even game on my phone or on my tablet. Well, I played a little bit of the Star Trek game on my tablet. I can't fucking remember what it's called. It's actually really good. But I'm 40 years old, so I'm probably never going to be a handheld gaming kind of... Well, Linus is older than me. But I also live in a one-room apartment where I have easy access to my computer. Have I lived with someone else in like a 4-room house or something like that, I could definitely see myself playing this game in bed while the girl I was fucking was watching 90 Day Fiance or something like that on the television. Or if I was sitting in the living room with some friends or a girlfriend and she was watching TV, I can definitely see myself gaming more on my tablet or on something like that. But as my lifestyle is right now, I just don't have a need for these devices here. Yeah, home streaming with a controller. Yeah, he's acting. It's acting. This is what you. It looks like he's socking something right now, but yeah, it's acting. It's kind of what you need to do for the younger audience. They want to see this overexcitement kind of thing.
All the way back down to 15 watts performance mode, and this is still an outstanding experience. It's everything. It's the responsiveness, it's being able to nail the timing, it's the smoothness of the animations. If you're playing lighter games, retro games, emulated games, there's just no comparison here. Really? At 15 watts, you guys are rating this at 20 decibels? I mean, yeah, I believe it. And we've got some insights to share with you guys on how they're getting it so quiet, even though we're not allowed to open it today. First though, let's see if we're even getting the main benefit of these fans being so quiet. Can we play something like a rhythm game on this?
That's Steam. That's Steam right there. I am sure. Is that not Steam? Is that not big picture mode? They have an Xbox logo down there. It could be Xbox. Yeah, it could be Xbox. It just looks a lot like Steam though, but they do have an Xbox logo down here as menu. So this may be compatible with Game Pass. Oh, okay, so the controllers detect. Okay, gotcha. That makes a lot more sense.
Actually enjoy it, unlike on the Steam Deck. I can't say I miss Audio Surf, but these speakers sound great though. I've only got this at about 30% right now.
What?
Damn.
That is a very full sound considering the size of this device.
Oh, I can, like, if this deliver, like, if this is actually if this actually is this good of a fucking product, yeah, I would fucking shake my pants if I was Gartner, what his name is, with the Steam Deck. Yeah, I don't think it will kill off the Steam Deck, but it will probably take a big fucking chunk of the market share. Especially if it can play more game than the Steam Deck.
Alright. It's not like I don't have any complaints, right? No Hall effect joysticks, for example, but Asus pointed out that they are very replaceable, so it wouldn't be a surprise if third-party options did show up. I didn't notice the weight, but they wanted me to mention that it's exactly 608 grams, which is apparently a lucky number or something like that. The triggers
I don't give a fuck about that, to be honest.
And shoulders no longer bothered me at all once I was actually playing games, but I do want to see the stabilization of these improve. Okay, let's change gears though and talk about cooling. The way that they achieved this level of quiet, aside from just putting in a quality thermal solution instead of like weird janky fans that make a lot of noise, is...
Yeah, like I've said this before, Valve have never made good hardware. Almost every piece of hardware that Valve has made has always had massive issues or not been made to the standard of other products because they want to save a shit ton of money so they can siphon every money out of you.
Is by using a heat pipe with a 2-element heatsink. So that's why it's got 2 exhausts over here and 2 separate intakes. They managed to pack 2 fans into this thing in addition to this hardware that is double the performance of the Steam Deck under ideal conditions. Now seems like a good time to talk about I/O. There's a headphone jack up here. We've got a micro SD slot, UHS 2, pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I how long have I been streaming? For 4 hours. I normally stream for about 4 to 8 hours. So
Really funky looking USB-C port, we'll talk more about that later, volume buttons, as well as a fingerprint sensor that includes a single sign-on, I think is what that's called or whatever. Basically, it caches your fingerprint when you turn on the device and then logs all the way into your Windows profile. So if you have multiple profiles, because you share your device with your kids or your SO or whatever, you just turn it on and it'll drop you right in your profile. They're not letting me show the motherboard and the internals to you guys, but I did see them, and there's a couple of things that I'm allowed to share with you. First, that the SSD is a 2230 sized SSD, so likely it'll ship with 1 terabyte max storage. And the second is that the battery capacity should be pretty competitive with the Steam Deck. What I want to know though, is does it fit in the little handheld storage spot on our backpack? LTTstore.com. Oh, this is not the standard backpack. This is prototype 1. Don't worry too much about that. But it's the same size, and the answer is yes. Okay, remember how I was going to talk about that funky USB-C connector that was like 3 times as wide? The Ally has no Thunderbolt or USB 4, and that's because of that connector. It's ASUS's XG mobile connection, and it allows you to plug in an external GPU like this one.
Oh, that's nice. It's probably massive fucking expensive, but that's nice. I do like Asus. The last 3 times I bought motherboards, it's always been Asus motherboards. I always like Asus, Gigabyte, and MSI has always been hardware companies that I prefer to use, to be honest. So I do like Asus. Maybe I have a little bit of a bias towards Asus because, like I said, I do like their products.
There is a part of me that wishes it was Thunderbolt because that would make it compatible with third-party GPU docks rather than just this one. But there is an advantage to this approach. It's PCIe by 8 rather than PCIe by 4 with a whole bunch of Thunderbolt protocol overhead. So what that means is, unlike Thunderbolt, there's actually a point in connecting an RTX 4090 mobile to this thing. It shouldn't be nearly as bottlenecked. I absolutely love the XG Mobile on my Flow X13. When it works, it can be a little bit flaky. But the difference is that ASUS sent me mine. I didn't have to pay for it. And at the price that this thing costs, it is pretty tough to justify. To be clear, it's not ASUS that I blame for this. They won't confirm the real reason, but I have no doubt in my mind that it's because of NVIDIA. And
of course, it's NVIDIA, but they probably also are having a hefty overhead, to be honest. Like, they are not losing money on it, let me put it that way.
NVIDIA is extremely fussy about the products that their GPUs are built into. And they have arbitrary rules like, well, if it's connected to a laptop, it has to be a mobile chip.
I like frameworks. I have no problem with most hardware vendors, to be honest. It's they're doing their own thing, man, and the more the better. The more competition, the better product you and I are getting. That's why I bought the no, it's not the Free Software Foundation on hardware. No. The Free Software Foundation is a political movement. Framework is more, they dabble more in the right to repair kind of thing, which is something that I think we all can stand behind. They like things to be upgradable, open hardware, and repairable. They don't try to push a political agenda like the Free Software Foundation does. I will say that the products they have produced, I'm not impressed with them, but I like what they're doing.
Even though we're talking about the XG Mobile, which isn't really mobile, it's a product that will only ever run plugged into the wall. So in my mind, ASUS has got to work with AMD.
There's always similarities with a lot of things. That's just how life is, but don't fool yourself. The Free Software Foundation is a political movement. It's just even proprietary software have similarities with the Free Software Foundation. they are both doing coding. They are both utilizing code, source code, repository management and stuff like that, like Git and what have you not. There are a lot of overlapping things. They both probably also believe in the more qualified people working on the code, the better, and so on and so on. Just because something have some similarities don't mean that they're the same. You and I probably have some similarities, but we're probably also massively different people.
Desktop class GPUs in, maybe a slightly larger enclosure, or build compatibility with the XG Mobile interface into their eGPU Thunderbolt enclosures for regular graphics cards. That would make the XG Mobile affordable and upgradable, because right now...
So the Free Software Foundation is not needed in our world. Open source is not needed. Open source is a answer to a problem engineers have. Or had. Open source is not a solution to famine, equality, inequality, disparity, violence. The only thing open source addresses is a problem people had in a server room in the 70s and 60s. The only thing open source addresses is software development. That's it. Outside that, it has no influence on your life. So it's not needed in the world. It may be a good addition to the software community, and maybe even debate needed in the software community. But we had open source before open source. MIT, if I'm not mistaken, is older than Creative Commons, which is basically the MIT license or no license, was around way before open source. People have been able to see open source code way before the Free Software Foundation came around. It was just called something else. What Richard Stallman did, he made some rules into what open source meant, or what open code means. He don't like the term open source, by the way. Free software means it can only be called free software if X, Y, and Z is met. That's what he basically did with the TPL. But before that, there were licenses that allowed you to do the exact same thing, actually way more. He just put in some terms and conditions that meant that this code will forever be open and free to be used and seen and modified. But yeah, you kind of been brainwashed, or not brainwashed, but you have been listening to the gospel, or what you will call it. Heck, I was also, in my 20s, I ate that off fucking hook, line, and sinker, man.
Now it's neither, which is a shame, because with it, you can easily turn this thing into the Switch Pro that the market is so hungry for. By the way, Asus asked us to show you a couple of their new products. This isn't one of them. But this is, how the hell do I pronounce this? Raikiri Pro? Yeah. This is their new Raikiri Pro. It has a screen on it. It's almost exactly the same layout as an Xbox controller, but it's slightly smaller because some people find it to be a little bit big.
I love the Xbox controller. I hate those smaller fucking controllers in my... I must have big hands, apparently, then. One of my biggest problems with the PlayStation controllers is I felt like I was fucking fondling a kid's toy or something like that. But yeah, I always thought I have small hands, but apparently not. But I do like... Ever since I tried the Xbox 360 controller, I have never used anything besides Xbox controllers.
And it's got 4 buttons on the back, as well as these adjustable, whether you want the trigger to work as a trigger or as just another shoulder button, little switches. I forget what these are called. But they also wanted me to show off this thing. This is actually a super cool companion for the Ally. It allows you to charge the Ally via USB-C. You also get an extra USB port and an HDMI output for the Ally just plugged into the wall.
Nice.
Really compact. I would use the Raikiri, but it's apparently an engineering unit and does not work yet. Okay, I mean, if this is a Zen 4 mobile CPU, based on what I've seen from Zen 4 so far and its efficiency, I'm going ultimate 4K with this mobile 4090. I mean, it should work, right? You know, it's funny, the ASUS reps were like, yeah, we were surprised at how little bottlenecking there is, but mobile 4090 is not as fast as a real 4090. So yeah, it's only PCIe Gen 3x8, but that's lots of bandwidth. And because it's not Thunderbolt, there's no bi-directional communication really. Like, it's not outputting over the laptop's display or anything like that. It's just outputting to your monitor over HDMI or over DisplayPort. It's a plenty fast chip, and this CPU is clearly fast enough. This is well over 60 frames per second. Wow, no, I don't know. Blah.
Hey, I will admit this is fucking amazing. Like, if this is cheaper than a PlayStation, it's like I could see a lot of people buying it. But then again, that mobile CPU is actually, yeah, it would be too expensive, man. So it's $2,000 for the fucking just GPU. And then you probably are paying like $500 for the device. And you might as well just fucking buy a gaming computer. Communism never succeeded to, but it made the world better. No. No. No, it really didn't. It's like saying, well, you know that National Socialist Party in Germany? When they invaded countries, they did a lot for the infrastructure. They gave them better plumbing, electricity. They did a lot of actually good things. But they were also batshit fucking crazy people. That's kind of what communism is. They do some good and then they do more bad. I will not say that communism is overall a good thing. There's a difference between socialism and communism. Big difference. Massively big difference. And then there are socialistic values and socialistic idea. Like the country I live in is a mixture between socialistic ideas and capitalism. So we functions both like a socialist country and a capitalist country. So we have the free market, but we also have universal healthcare. Yeah, that's not has nothing to do with communism. But everything has something to do with each other. But yeah, it's not the same anymore. The way that I will not call the UK. So here we call ourselves a welfare state or country, and I think you will call the UK the same. So it's capitalism mixed in with socialism. Probably more capitalism than socialism. I think I can't fucking remember the timeline, but I think I think actually socialism was around before communism. It don't matter because was capitalism before or after communism? Who cares? You know, like, and also that has nothing to do with fucking the Free Software Foundation.
I love it when the camera's like this. This is really great. Oi! Come on! Either way, this is running amazing. I mean, it should once you've spent probably about $2,500, but still.
Over the past year, we've had several other devices hit the market looking to scratch that next-gen itch that some of the more enthusiast-level handheld gamers are looking for. And truthfully, I am one of them, because as much as I love the Steam Deck, I don't daily drive it. This is partly because of the loud fan, but the size, the more limited game compatibility, and the performance are also factors. Now, Obviously, the price of the Steam Deck is a major selling point. All other things.
Oh, that old channel called the Linux Gamer that's now called something else. He must really fucking hate Linus Tech Tip for saying this right now.
Being equal. But all other things are not equal anymore. We won't know the exact price of this device until it shows up on Best Buy shelves and around the world in the next few months. But being this much faster, all of a sudden it could make sense. And if you were hoping that Valve would simply refresh the Steam Deck to match the Ally's performance but at their existing price, think again. Recently, Valve has gone on the record stating that while they are working on the Steam Deck 2, it's not coming for a long time, which
Oh my
in
god.
Valve time is, I don't know, let's put it this way. We just got Counter-Strike 2. Valve's custom SoC strategy then was a big advantage for them at launch, but it's starting to look like a liability.
Yeah, go get
much
some
like
food,
the cycle
man.
we see with the traditional console players, where they launch a new console, it's absolutely killer compared to a custom PC, and then it becomes long in the tooth, and a custom PC starts to look like the obvious choice until they refresh and so on and so forth. So while the Steam Deck did a great job of getting people back into handheld gaming, especially playing PC games, and the low barrier to entry is amazing at $400, some of you have more money that you'd like to spend, and this is starting to look like it could offer enough to justify whatever that higher price is. There's going to be a lot more for us to cover in the full review. The faster UHS 2 microSD slot, for example. Does it affect loading times? I don't know. We might be able to objectively measure device speakers in our lab by then. How does it compare to the competition? And how does all of this performance translate to power savings? What if Steam Deck performance is lots, but I'd rather just run it sub 15 watts to get an extra hour or two of battery? You're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. And stay tuned for this message from our sponsor.
Ah, fuck you. Yeah. I can see why he's mad. I can see why the man baby is mad. I can definitely see why the big cry man baby is mad. Because this could ruin his channel. if this is as good as it seemed to be, he needs to fucking reevaluate his approach on, hey, Steam Deck is everything. To, yeah, maybe I should expand my content a little bit more. Yeah, I now understand why he looked like someone just fucking killed his baby in front of him in that video. He even responded to my fucking comment that I made. A big YouTuber noticing me. Mom, I'm getting famous. Look at me, Mom. Be proud of me, Mom. Yeah, I can see why he's shaking in his man boobs and man pants. Like, is it in recommendations? I think it's not. I just want to show, like, his face. I just want to show you guys. Have he commented down here? He probably have not. I just want to show you all how fucking angry he is. Here.
We keep stable Wi-Fi connections and long-distance relationships.
Oh,
Roofing.
long-distance
Get an
relationships.
RT part.
So
Look at this
Saturday
fucking
was
angry
April
face.
1st. Here in the
Look at this angry motherfucking face.
US, that also means that it's the worst holiday ever.
What, I go off on this on my reaction video. How the fuck can you not like the 1st of April? April Fool's Day. How can someone hate April Fool's Day? Like, damn it, dude. Come on. Yeah, he is mad. He's big mad. He is big mad. Look, like he's ready to do some damage, man. Like he is big mad. And I will admit this, there are people in his comment section calling him out on it. He is being called out on it. Is my comment removed? Gap boy, I love my Steam Deck, but Valve needs to prove first that they really supporting the Steam Deck 2-year plus. Also, how often do you update your game machines? I don't see a need every 18 months new chip. Yeah, he's fucking mental. Where the fuck is my comment? Yeah, he's getting a lot of flack for this video. There's a lot of comments though. That's no excuse. Like well, I will not. I hate comparing myself with others, but he's not the only one that have dealt with. Let me put it this way: I've been dealing with a shit ton of family issues the last 2 weeks. Okay, you don't see me taking that out on my audience or in my videos. Let me put it that way. That's a pure. That's no excuse. That's not an excuse. You don't rarely see any respectable YouTuber take their personal issues out on other people in a video, unless they are doing it for sympathy, to milk their audience. Like he's plain up lying in this video. Okay. He's telling people that people upgrade their hardware every 18 months because Windows make their game slow. You know, and you cannot call anything a console if if it's running Windows. And I was basically like, well, what about this the Dreamcast? What about Xbox? And then he's like, oh, well, it's not running Windows 10 and 11. And then like I said to him, I'm paraphrasing a lot here. I said to him, well, as all you Linux people saying, if you're running the Linux kernel, you're running Linux. Windows NT is Windows. The Windows UI is Microsoft Design Language / Metro. 2 different things. So if you're running the NT kernel, you're running Windows. That's the logic coming from the Linux fanboys, which he's one of. But I can't find my my comments. Who cares anyway? Don't tell me it got deleted. Well, I am a toxic motherfucker, so maybe the algorithm found it and been like, no, you're not allowed in here, you fat fucking bitch. Why am I not? It's definitely not 2 days ago. What? Am I been censored by YouTube? Have you YouTube? Oh, here he is. Actually got a thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm humble for whoever thumbs me up. Yeah, he is big mad. His whole channel is about the Steam Deck. That's the problem. Look, Steam Deck, Steam Deck, Steam Deck, Steam Deck, Steam Deck. It's not a good fucking thing, man. It's not a good thing. Oh, a new computer. Reacting to your terrible Linux memes and dying a little bit. I never liked this person, to be honest. We're only buying Linux hardware from now on. What the fuck, man? Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh my god. Oh, you bought a big crypto. Yeah, whatever. Oh, looks like he copied the Linux experiment a little bit here. Oh my god, he also made a reaction video to the Linus Gaming Linux challenge. Fuck's sake, man. Playing guitar. Okay, should I take my guitar out and play some heavy metal for you guys? Is that what you want? I think my neighbors will get angry at me, but... Fucking hell. Yeah, I understand him now. He is batshit crazy. Windows is not losing to Linux. So he started out as the Linux gamer. He was really focused heavily on Linux gaming. That didn't really work that well for him. Then he went over to do kind of like commentary / reactionary stuff, talking a little bit what I'm actually doing. Talking about Linux and open source and you know, current events in it and stuff like that. And then when the Steam Deck kind of came around, he kind of jumped onto it. And he's always had really bad takes on a lot of things. Yeah. Have fun, Fish Tank. No. DistroTube is top fucking dog, man. DistroTube is top dog. Yeah, but he has drank the Kool-Aid amazingly fucking mod. Like yeah, yeah, he's a character, man. Yeah, they are both a little bit they're a little bit crazy. He's one of those people that just live in a world that the world is not, that don't exist in the world. He puts way more importance into open source and Linux than anyone should put into any fucking product, to be honest. has an off topic or off. Oh, this is the podcast. Fuck you. But what is this Patreon looking like? Phase 2 assembly. I accept. One time. I've still been using Linux more than he has. Yay. So he's getting about $100 a month? Little over $100 a month. That's not a lot. How many patrons does he have? Oh, sorry. He's like... about $350 a month is his I'm converting it from Danish to dollar you do. You have 65 Patreons. That's not a lot out of 104k subs. I don't know what the conversion rate is from subs to Patreon. But I feel that's a bit low. Like that's under 1%, like massively under 1%. That said, I don't know. I'm more interested in what his members... Oh, I need to sign in to see what the perks are to become a member. Because I think this has a higher conversion rate than this has. But I could be mistaken. Yeah, I watched him when he started out on YouTube, like I do with almost all new Linux YouTubers. But I didn't. I have not watched him for years. I just can't deal with him, to be honest. They also have it. Interesting. This guy is really good. Random Gaming HD. I do like his channel. More down to earth, cheap ass, you know. Shit. Like he's buying stuff, you know, normal people wouldn't buy and then gaming with it. Yeah, quantum computing is interesting. It just needs to fucking work. And don't just be a lot of theory. There's more than two Linus, you lied to our fucking dicks, man. There's more than you and another one that have tried the whatever, ally or what the fuck it's called. Or ally or, yeah, whatever. $96 cores. Yeah, that will fucking render you some source code. Oh, I do miss the old Top Gear. Oh, this looks cool. I've never used AliExpress before. I just ordered my first ever order from Amazon. I feel like I'm joining the future. I'm joining the future. But I had to buy it from the UK. Either UK or Germany. One of those two places. The order I got right now is from the UK. I don't know if the German side is better. I have no idea what's best from Scandinavia. I think if you Google it, what sites to use, it tells us to use the UK one. But I don't know with Brexit and all that shit if it's cheaper to use the German one. It could end up being it, but I don't know. This guy here makes some amazing shit. I watched his series where he makes a bunker underneath his house. Tunnel is fucking amazeballs. Here's the whole video. It's actually really interesting.
Royal Canal's puppy growth pro.
Yeah, I don't want to see your puppy food. Oh, hello. What the fuck? This is actually a really good video. He's building a tunnel to his house. It's really interesting to see this, how, like, the whole, you know, engineering behind it. I love this kind of shit. Like, I did do this, but I used to do welding and building and construction and all that shit before. So I kind of miss it a little bit. I'm just thinking about water, but he probably have thought about that. He's way smarter than I am, so... I don't think... they deliver to Denmark. Let's just pick something. What the fuck should we pick? Elektronik. Let's say I want this cable. Oh, they do deliver to Denmark. Hmm? Ah, that could be an idea. Yeah, I need to check this out because it's probably cheaper than the UK and faster delivery. But if we do... Let's do DK, see what the fuck is happening. Yeah, it's going to the DE. Maybe I should have used this site instead. I've used the UK one. Maybe I should use this one instead. Let's see how much I bought a USB case. Case. I think I paid about the same. I can't fucking remember what it's called. It's one of these here, but it's only having 6 sticks. Yeah, maybe I should go with this one because they probably are delivering faster than... so if I click you... Oh, they don't deliver to Denmark. What about you? Nope, you don't deliver to Denmark. You? Ah, you deliver to Denmark. You? It's the same delivery time though. Why can I not get the what else did I buy? I bought 2 things. Ah! TP-Link Wi-Fi. So I need that when I'm testing computers. As a USB stick. Dual band. This is not a dual band, is it? I think it's actually this one here I bought. I think I... Yeah, I hope we get one in Denmark. Let's see how much did I pay for mine. There you go. It's actually cheaper. Yeah, I saved 25 of my money on it. Buying it from the UK. But because of Brexit, did I have to pay any import tax? That's the question. No. Oh, it's sent from Amazon EU Luxembourg. Pay for it in Sweden. One of them is from the UK. This one here is from the UK. I can't even get it in the DE one. Yeah, it's not even available in Germany. Oh wait. Yeah, you can't even get it in Germany. Dispatch from China. How much this is in this region? Well, let's have a look. Oh. Holy shit. Speed. Let's see if we can find it there, going. This little saga here, I think. Well, they don't deliver to Denmark. that's weird. Yeah, but it's way more expensive. It's actually cheaper where I bought it in the UK than. Why people stop using DuckDuckGo? Because DuckDuckGo was apparently not as good as everyone thought they was. Yeah, because I got a little bit scared because I ordered some shit. And I was like, fuck, do I need to pay duty? But apparently not. Give me a second, I can probably see it if I go in here. And do it there. There you go, return on orders. Yeah, I had to pay taxes on it, yeah. So what happens if I buy that one? And let's find a USB case. Because right now I just have my USB in my pocket. It's just like, I just have a bunch of USBs just thrown into my, pocket. I could probably go with this one here, even though I only need I have like 3 or 4 USB sticks. So I don't need much room, but it's because with the one I bought, it should fit in my pocket that I have in my pants. Maybe this one here. I just want to see if there's any taxes or anything like that. USB K6. Oop, oop, oop. Is this like an enclosure? Yeah, I think it is. I should get one of these enclosure for work so I can wipe out the hard drives when we take them out of computers. There's a lot of fucking like nice shit on Amazon. Like this would not be bad to have. Like it's like they're not expensive, but there's a lot of I could really use that. I could really use that, and you know, I can definitely see people spending way too much money on Amazon. I wouldn't mind having this sucker over here either, to be honest. I think... Oh shit, this can't be delivered to Denmark. Why are you doing it to me? Why are you being such a bitch? What's wrong with you? Let's try this one here then. Yeah. Yeah, that's this can't be delivered to Denmark. I think for me, the UK one seems to be the one that offers me the most options, but I have to pay taxes on top of it. But then again, I think it will amount to the same. Let's see what the baskets is say. Do I need to pay any duties? Duty. Yeah, let's proceed to check out. That's all I need to log in. So I bought oh, it's co.uk. They always have to be so fucking weird. Nope. I think this is the one I bought. How much? I paid like... what am I looking for here? There you go. I bought this one here. But then again, the delivery is quite expensive. But you have way more options here than you have on the German side. So I can buy this one, I can buy this kind of shit. And if they can, they deliver it from... I think they just... So this is, again, I'm just speculating like a motherfucker here. But I think no matter what site that you are choosing, they dispatch it from the closest place. So this is sold by someone in the UK. This is sold by these guys here. I don't know where they are located. This is actually quite neat, to be honest. I have no idea why I need this, but I don't need it, but I kind of want it. Like, if you took a lot of pictures or have DSLR cams, this could be really nice. But this delivery here is like a one-time thing, I think. This is from EU. So this would be shipped from the EU. Or dispatched from Amazon. So this is from Amazon EU. Something like that. I guess that's what they're doing, yeah. So they're taking so if one is from the EU or from UK and another one is from Germany, then they ship it all. So let's say Germany, and then from Germany to Denmark. So it's all been packaged in one package and then sent up to me in one package. I think it makes sense that it would be done that way. So let's say you buy something on the UK side. So one of the items will come from the UK, some will come from, let's say, the EU. Another one may come from Norway if they have a dispatch center there. Then they will all just be joined together in one place, sent to you as one package. I think that's, again, it would make sense that's how they do it. But because of Brexit, they automatically put on taxes and duties and stuff like that. Or that's what I'm testing anyway. That's why I bought that's why I bought these two simple things, you know. This USB stick and you know, a case like this, because I don't care if I'm losing money on that. You know, it's not that much money. So it's just a test buy to see if I get any import taxes or anything like that. Or if everything's being paid via Amazon. Because if everything is handled via Amazon, so I just pay what Amazon is telling me to pay. I'm not opposed to buying more shit from them. But if I have to pay this, and then on top of that have to pay, you know, import duties and all of that shit, I don't want to do that. Yeah, Brexit is it's a loss for everyone, even the fucking, the UK. It has been a massive fucking problem for the UK. Amazon is it's no worse than any other fucking company. It's no worse than any other company. Like, look at your phone. Look at your phone. I think it's cobalt or something like that we have in our lithium batteries. That's mined by fucking children without safety equipment in a toxic environment. Hammering with a hammer and chisel. Your phone and your laptop is not that big of an issue, even though it is an issue. But electrical cars is a massive. It has no. If you have a lithium battery, you have cobalt in it, and there's a 99% chance that cobalt is being mined in slave-like conditions. I think it's cobalt. In the Congo, where most of it comes from. This is how you know, cobalt in your fucking batteries, lithium batteries, are being mined. So, if you're willing to buy a fucking mobile phone or anything with a lithium battery on, and you don't want to buy from Amazon, yeah, yeah, anything that use cobalt, and there's other minerals out there that is fucking crazy like this. This is why I say that we all try to be as fucking holier than thou and all of that shit. and pretend that we are good people. As long as it's convenience for us, we are good people. Again, your phone don't have much, but a car battery has a lot of it. A lot of it. I definitely recommend watching the clip from the Joe Rogan show. I watched this clip. I need to watch the whole podcast, but yeah, that definitely was like, whoop, what? I did not know it was that, and that's not even like it's the worst. But there are other things that we are using in all our products that are done in a similar fashion, but just in quotes, big fucking air quotes here. It's not this bad, but it's still massively bad. It's just not this bad. And then we are sitting on Instagram using cruelty-free lipstick and all of that fucking shit, and taking the picture on a mobile phone where people are working under these working conditions here. We are, as a human species, we are one big, massive pile of hypocrites. And that's why I can't take anyone seriously when they're like, oh, I'm doing this to be a better human, and I am going to, virtual signal this fucking how amazing I am while they're sitting on their fucking iOS devices, iPhones and Samsungs, and yeah, it's even company that say that they don't get minerals and stuff like that for these work conditions do. Because they get it, again, that video explains it, they buy it from a subcontractor. That subcontractor is having other subcontractors that are getting it from these places. So, yes, they may not buy it directly from these mines, but it's coming from these mines. It's just going through 2 or 3 fucking subcontractors. No, we don't have Newegg. We can't get Newegg here. We have a lot of local stores that is kind of like Newegg for Denmark, and they're quite cheap, to be honest. Like you're still having to pay, the Danish electricity tax that's 25% on all luxury items and all that fucking shit. Basically, sell taxes. But we have big warehouses like Newegg where you can buy it. So we have our own equivalents of Newegg, Best Buy, and stuff like that for electronics. Micro Center, stuff like that. But yeah, it's not fun, man. Like again, this is why I can't take Linux people seriously when they're talking about telemetry and privacy, because it would be like, okay, I'm not buying any products that's been tested on animals, but I put my ass into my electrical cars that have kilograms, I think it is, of cobalts in them that's mined like this. And I'm virtual signaling here on my mobile phone that also have cobalt and other minerals that's mined like this, and say, oh my god, look how good I am, I'm not buying anything that's been tested on animals. Well, you're still doing this. So it would be like, oh my god, I'm taking this guy, giving him a nice house. He looks kind of fit though. I'm giving him a house, a bath. He's my new Gartner. I'm now a good person. That's the equivalent of using Linux for privacy and telemetry reasons. Is that you are saving this guy. It don't matter what bit it matters for him, but in the grand scheme of things, it's meaningless. It means nothing. That's how Linux people sound to me when they come with me at this, like, telemetry, and well, yeah, you're taking telemetry away from your operating system. That's this guy here. But then you have all of these other telemetry and data collection avenues that's probing your butthole over here that you don't give a fuck about. it's really hard to take them seriously when they're running around on Netflix and YouTube and all of these things. And they're like, oh, I use a VPN. Yeah, that would be like, okay, you're having a fucking, you have pants on, okay? You're not running around swinging your naked dick around. Which in here will probably be like, just imagine having diarrhea here and have to go and take a fucking shit. I would not be surprised if people are pissing and shitting in the same spots that they are standing here. Like, if you have to fucking shit, how the fuck do you take a dump? You have to muscle your way around all these people here. And hey, don't fool yourself, there are kids mining in here also. Kids. Yeah, all them cookies, yeah. Doing a little is still better than doing nothing. No, it's not. Doing something only matters if it's measurable. It would like be like, let's say I have all my clothes is on the floor. And I take one pair of socks and put them into the correct drawer. That's all I do. Well, it's better than I didn't do anything. Yeah, it's better than you didn't do anything, but you haven't made any impact whatsoever. You took one pair of socks and put them into a drawer. Your clothes are still fucking all over the place. So that little action of taking one pair of socks and put them into its place basically means nothing. So how much of an impact does it have? Yeah, you have one pair of socks in the right place, but you didn't really do anything. If you took 50% of your clothes and put it into its proper place, now you have made an impact. And now you can say, I didn't do everything. Probably didn't do as much as I should have or could have. But I did make an impact. It's like saying, I am smoking 6 already, why not? No, that's... It's like I'm smoking a legal, regulated, harmful, granted thing versus smoking a illegal substance that will get you in jail. It's nothing to do with the same. We are talking about taking action to do something to either better yourself or make an impact into a situation that you care for. The socks impact is, I need to have a clean room that is beneficial to me. Putting one pair of socks away will not give you a clean room. It will barely be noticeable. No, it's if you continue. But if you start to use Linux for privacy, are you stop using YouTube? Are you stop having a mobile phone? Are you stop driving a car? Are you stop having credit cards, debit cards? Are you stop having a bank? Are you stopped using the internet? Most people stop with Linux. That's the problem. They stop with one pair of socks. I won't buy stuff that's been tested on animals, but I'm really nearly going and buying meat that's been harvested from animals in crazy conditions. I'm really nearly using again my mobile phone. You're doing the absolute minimum that has basically no impact on your life whatsoever. My salary in case, sadly, in case. What? In cheese? Yeah, double standards. Yeah, exactly. It's again, I want to lose weight, so I'm not eating one candy bar, but I'm still eating cake, chips, French fries, McDonald's, Burger King every fucking day. But I'm not eating this little one candy bar. So I'm doing something. Yeah, you're not eating one candy, but it's not going to help you one bit. You may lose a gram. if anything at all. If you're going to do something that has an impact. Or else it's meaningless. Yeah, but then again, if Google is not fucking taking everything about you, anyone else is. That's the whole problem. You cannot be connected without getting basically prodded. Heck, you can't buy a fucking apple or an orange in your local store without you are being measured in some way. That store is looking at how many apples and oranges have I sold the last 6 months. That's then determined on how many he buys home. That's telemetry. That's your buying habits influencing his buying habits. Well, it's how the world works. That's how the data collection and telemetry have existed since there have been two people trading with each other. It's just not been electronic. It's just been buying habits, walking habits. If you want to set up a shop, where's the best way to do it? You look at where people gathering the most, you know. That's taking telemetry, data in quotes, about people's gathering habits. Where are they congregating? It's just become more easier and a little bit more personal with the internet. Back in the day, they probably didn't know you by name and your address, but they still knew a lot about you. And there's nothing we really can do about it, to be honest. Other than be aware of it, and then instead of taking telemetry away, stop exposing ourselves. Meaning, let's stop doing things. Stop doing behaviors online that could expose things about you don't want them to know. So if you have some fucking weird sex kink, you should probably not Google it on the internet, okay? If you are ashamed of liking Speedos, maybe buy them in your local shop or something like that, than doing it online. You know? If you don't want companies to know where you live, maybe you should not buy anything online. But buy it in physical stores. You know, figure, like, that's things that you can do a little bit about. But then again, at the physical store, they just don't know you as a person, but you are just a customer. So you're still taking data as a collective that's called customers. It's just not as personal, but you're still being used as a data entry, a telemetry. Yeah, you're moving to the. Here's the thing: if you're watching my videos, and if you were in my chat right now, you could not live in the middle of the woods with no internet. Most people, 9 out of 10 of the people that I talk to online, that are on the places I congregate online, if you threw them out without a mobile phone, without a computer, without internet, they will go mental. They will go mental. Yeah, everyone can dream. I wish I was slimmer and handsomer and younger, but I'm still 40. You know, yeah, it's illusion. Having illusions is a good idea, I guess. It's a good thing. But yeah, we like to fool ourselves, and I do the same fucking dreaming myself. Okay. I sometimes sit and be like, oh my god, if I only fucking saved up for a cabin in the woods and chopping wood every day, go hunting and all of that shit, and then I turn on Netflix and I'm like, fuck that shit. Let me order some food. Yep, pepperoni with everything. You know, let's buy some tech shit online that I can play with tomorrow. I do like next day delivery. And then that pipe dream about the cabin in the woods is out of the door. That's how we are, man. I honestly, I don't think most people will do fine. Most people not do fine. They will do fine for a short while, but then it would be a no. Like I said, if you are in here right now and you are regular and in my Discord regularly and watching any fucking YouTube content on the regular, it would be damn difficult for you to convert to that lifestyle. Basically living without electronics. Because if you're a tech guy, you're an electronics guy. That's your hobby, that's what you like, that's a core part of you. It would be akin to taking your motorcycle away from you and say you cannot drive anymore whatsoever. Oh, if you will not like being around Richard Stallman. You will not like it. The second you ask him a question that he don't like or you don't agree with him, he will bitch slap you like a fucking idiot and demean you, be toxic and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I lived most of my life without a mobile phone. I don't think I could live without a mobile phone anymore. Well, everyone could, but it would not be easy. Like if mobile phones network went away tomorrow and all of that shit, we would probably all cope. Oh, that was choppy as fuck. We will all learn to cope, but when you know you have the option, I think that's the issue. You know you have the option to go back. You will go back. You will go back. TP-Link with built-in Linux support. I think TP-Link is a Chinese company, and a lot of Chinese companies, they love open source and Linux because they kind of want to take over open source to some degree. They are having some plans in the works of becoming the primary, or not, maybe not the prime. They want to become the powerhouse of open source development, aka they want to be the Silicon Valley of open source. So they want to be the biggest force in open source. So they are supporting more open source than ever. They are paying and giving more development to open source than any other place right now. But that also means that it gives them power. Gives them power over it. Because if you then say, I don't agree with what you're doing, they can be like, okay, those thousands of dollars we are giving you, all of these developers we have available for you, you say goodbye to them. That become a power. That means it could also mean that if you want anything to do with open source, you have to go to China first, because they have all the expertise. And that may not sound like a good idea if you ask me. I know Norway, they like the cabin thing. What happened here? What happened here? What was that? Was that a follow? I have no fucking idea. To a virgin wife instead of doing Azure Active Directory. Why do they need to be virgins? I never understood. Why? Who cares? Why not be with someone that you like being with? I don't give a fuck how many guys a girl have fucked if I like being with her. As long as you don't, track STDs around. No, it don't. It. Are you a virgin or something like that? Like, I'm sorry, but that's not how it works, man. That's not how it works. When you pop the cherry, it feels a little bit different in the beginning, but it's like it goes over really fast. Like, she become. So here's the thing: after you fucked her 100 times, there's no different than if you have fucked her 100 times or another guy have fucked her 100 times. She still feels like she's been fucked 100 times. So you only get a fine amount of time with that special feeling. Yeah, that mental thing is a really narcissistic way of thinking. That's a form of control. You want to be the first. You know that she's not been submitted to anyone else than you, and that's a form of narcissism/control. That's not a good fucking mindset. That is something I will definitely recommend not having, because it's not productive. It's not a productive way of thinking. You gotta really set her off and feel her clamp down, and you like a vice. Yeah, it's that sounds more like you want to. There are some girls that like that whole domination thing, and that the guy is, the one making all the, the decision, and the, maybe controlling them to some degree, but proprietary, not open source. Here's the thing. I'm going to burst your bubble right now. You will fuck your wife, and she will at one point, more than likely more than once, think about another fucking guy while you're fucking her. She may even have masturbated thinking about other guys while or before you met her. So this whole virgin thing, I'm like, who gives a fuck? Like, you cannot have control over someone, and it's impossible to have that level of control over someone. It's an illusion, if you ask me. And you will think about fucking other girls while you're fucking her. At some point in your relationship. Or some days you'll be like, why the fuck am I fucking this fucking idiot? I'd rather be playing games or something like that right now. That will also happen. Yeah, it's like, you will never be the only one they always think about. That don't mean that you may be the only one they love. But there's a big difference between loving someone and then having a fantasy. It's normal for people to fantasy about everything. But there's a difference between fantasy and reality. Like, you will fantasize of living in the woods. Great fantasy to have, but you probably will not last many moons out there. Just like you or your wife may say, see an attractive boy or girl on the television, be like, I could fuck that. I could fuck that shit. But that don't mean that you love them and you want to be with them. It's just like, it's a fantasy, And then you look over at your wife and like, I fucking rather fuck her. Because she's a variable and she's fucking nice and I love her. But she's maybe not as beautiful as the girl I just saw on the television. But now I'm turned on. Wife, let's have some sex, man. It's a limited mindset to have, yeah, definitely. Must rise about those limitations and encourage her to flirt with the hot waiters he's eyeing. I don't know if I agree with that. You should encourage your spouse to flirt, because that can be a dangerous fucking road to go by. But you should not make them feel ashamed of looking. looking at someone else or thinking, fantasizing. But openly flirting, that can be a really dangerous line between emotional infidelity and, well, if I had a girlfriend and she was flirting with a guy all the time, I probably would not be with her. Like a little flirt here and there, yeah, but if they were flirting all the time with each other, that's... But everything is in the quay. Everything is in the quay. Like a little flirty remark and stuff like that, that's not really flirting, that's just having fun and stuff. But imagine every night you come home to your girlfriend and she was on texting with someone else and giggling and flirting with that person all like for hours and hours every fucking night. That would not be a fucking good idea. Like I said, that's like we're getting close to emotional cheating, basically. Which is a real thing, by the way. And funny enough, it's something that girls do majorly for some reason. Probably because guys is not that emotional, I don't know. But that can also easily, I've seen it so many times with co-workers. Fucking flirting all the time at work and then coming the next fucking Christmas party or something like that and they are humping each other in the back room. Yeah, it can be dangerous. But you should not be like, oh, you can't, if she's like, oh, this guy over there have a good butt or, stuff like that, or flirting a little bit with a good friend and stuff like that. Yeah, I get that, but like I said, if you come home from work and she's been spending 5 hours flirting with a fucking other guy or girl or something like that, you probably should have a talk. That's not a good sign. That's definitely not a good sign. This guy here is, like I said, actually making good content. I sadly seen a couple of friends losing their girlfriends because of that. And it's not fun. And you can, it's weird because you see it so fucking, you see it right away, but they of course don't see it. But it's kind of like he's sitting in one end of the sofa watching TV and she's in the other end with her phone in her face, giggling and being all fucking red in her face. And then like 6 months later, they are not together anymore and she's with the new fucking boy toy. It's a weird thing to experience. But it's normally not the guy that she say has a nice ass. It's more than likely someone she met at work or at the gym or something like that. I do a thing. Yeah, I do many things. I like pressure washers. Whee! Yeah, put it up your ass and then turn it on. Yes! 4 days, 4 million views. What the fuck? Or 6 million views. Oh, I miss having Prime.
How you going? So the other day, I was attempting to remove a tree stump from my yard in the same way I usually do things, by just hitting them over and over again with an axe, hoping they will disappear. But then I thought, well, what would I do if I didn't have an axe? And what if I lost all my other tools? What would I do then?
Oh, that takes
But
skill.
then it dawned on me. The circle of life. Could I possibly use the wood from the tree to make an axe and then cut down the tree with the axe so that the tree is essentially cutting down itself? So the first step in making my Buddhist axe is to cut out a piece of wood from the tree stump, which should be easy enough. But my chainsaw teeth are really dull, and I have no idea why.
What the fuck?
So I took it to the garage and then sharpened my teeth. Which should now work. Yes. So then, after using a couple more tools very badly, I now have a square piece of wood. And I've now discovered something that the woodworkers watching probably realized at the beginning of this video. This wood is wet, like really wet. And woodworkers use a stupid little electric meter to check the water content of wood. But I've got my own DIY method, which works just as well. And if I want the axe to be strong, I'm going to have to find some way to remove the water from the wood.
Yeah, why not?
And at first I didn't get the wood hot enough. Then I got it way too hot. Then I got it way too cold.
Yeah, you do know that most of this is a joke, right?
But eventually I got it just right. And at first I was making a joke about microwaving wood, but it actually is a real method used by old people to get their wood hot. And you are meant to do it slowly, over a couple of days so it doesn't crack.
Old people to get their wood hot. Basically getting a boner.
Which I didn't do. But I should be able to make my axe, avoiding these cracks on the side. And now for the straw test to check the moisture level. Perfect! Perfect! So then I drew what I wanted the axe to look like before taking it back to the wrong tools to remove some of the wood.
How is he not missing all his fingers yet?
And after almost pulling my hand into the saw blade, I decided there must be a safer way. But decided to use my new belt sander instead.
What the fuck?
Which I managed to damage immediately. Well, I f***ed that up real quick.
How is he not dead yet?
Now, if you're following along at home making an axe, you were probably annoyed I've now whipped out a $1,000 tool that you don't have access to.
Yeah.
But don't you worry, there is an easy way you can fix this. All you have to do is steal mine. My family goes to bed pretty early, around 9 PM. Then you just need to come into my yard. Then you will see this innocent bucket of water, which you need to reach inside, and you will find my spare key, allowing you to access my house, garage, and belt sander.
Oh, well.
Oh, and also, if one of my family members or I wake up and confront you, just say you're mates with IDAT, and they'll understand. What are you doing?
I'm mates with IDAT.
Oh, alright, just keep it down please, you're a bit noisy. Okay, and this was super easy on the belt sander. Much easier than my other woodworking projects, like my dumbest video ever, making a spoon using only a spoon. And speaking of pointless, I wasn't actually intending to make this video now. I was actually working on making a monofin. Carbon fiber. Wow. I was going to use it to race some humpback whales. But then lockdown happened in Sydney and no one, including the whales, are allowed to move around. But I can't complain. It's nice that essential workers like doctors, nurses, and YouTubers still have jobs and are able to make some cash during a pandemic. Okay, once I had sanded away my previous sketch of the axe and made it a little slimmer, I marked a new and improved sketch that I want to follow. And some of you are probably thinking this axe looks head locking it in place. But since my axe head is made, no app is required on iOS or Android. This is a great way to check out a model before you print it. Thangs is great for dumb people like me, as you don't have to know exactly what you're
I'm
looking
from
for.
the moon.
You can upload a partial.
How many shirts will stop a bullet? Yeah. So this is one of those channels that let's do crazy shit for views. I kind of like them, to be honest. Can you vacuum clean your eyes out? So this is like a mixture between Jackass and then, you know, let's do the let's myth busting and Jackass. Why is there so many fucking girls on my timeline? I want to see more burly men, so really can get crazy. Water, yeah, water as fuel is not a new thing. Oh yeah, 3D televisions. Do you guys remember those? A fun one is how ridiculous. Yeah. Doom, 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 doom. Sniper robot. Yeah, I've seen some of those where they drop iPhones and all of that crazy shit from high places or cranes or stuff like throw them up in the air and see what's happening. I think it's satisfying because it's things that you will never do that, but you also we always wonder what happened if this thing was like hit with a hammer or, you know, stuff like that. I once put my mobile phone into a press to see how many tons it took to compress it. I was massively drunk. And it was my actually phone. I didn't have a new phone and I have no idea why the fuck I did it. I actually really liked that phone, to be honest. Making a life-size gaming simulator. What the fuck does that mean? Is that what are you playing? I clicked the fucking video. There you go.
Ting, jeg også synes er så genialt ved Swappy, er altså, hvis man føler sig en lille bitte smule utryg i at købe en brugt telefon, kan man...
That was a little bit Danish for you there.
Siri, enter gaming mode.
I have not used Open Build Service myself, but there's a lot of videos on it on YouTube and stuff like that. And I have been on Open Build Service and building small stuff, but I've not done anything like massively other than just testing one or two things. Yeah, a fucking Danish influencer.
Okay, done.
Is it quit? What are you playing? Oh, I want to do some sim racing now.
A few months ago, I made this virtual window to anywhere using 3 huge TVs. The concept was cool, but it was pretty limited in what it could do.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time to teach it some new tricks.
Yeah, I don't like those. Yeah, I don't like these big fucking bars here. I like these channels, to be honest. What is this called? David builds stuff. Why don't you call it David builds shit? Building a camper for my... I think I've seen something like this. Yeah, I've seen some of his videos before. Open build service. I think there should be more than one. Here you go. Actually, SUSE have a lot of videos about it. Oh, this guy is getting crazy. Oh my god. Linux Action Show. Holy shit. That's old. 12 years ago. And I don't have the room to do it. I would love to do videos like this, but I don't have. So I would love to have a garage or something like that. And just fucking take shit apart, build shit, just talk about everything and anything I can get my my hands on. Taking stuff apart, talking about it, building stuff. I just don't have the room to do it. Or anywhere to do it. Holy crap. I used to watch these guys a lot back in the day.
We get the insider scoop on the OpenSUSE build service and SUSE Studio. Find out how these two services alone could change the landscape of Linux forever. Then we bust out an Android app pick so rad it just might help you run from the cops. Then we wrap up our news segment with the top 5 features of Ubuntu 10.10, plus so much more. Oh, this week on the Linux Action Show.
Oh my god, I forgot how fucking obnoxious the intro was. Holy shit. You want to hear something funny, some trivia for you guys here? The Linux Action Show was all done from a Macintosh. They said it like years and years and years after they stopped doing the show that it was all produced from a Macintosh. The white humor is so cringe. Yeah, it's this whole radio kind of, let's sound like a radio host kind of thing. It was really popular back then.
Total flexibility and freedom of modifying a free operating system, you completely eliminate that cost.
Yes.
I mean, there's the cost of customization, but there's so many things already out there ready to use.
And so many people who specialize in customizing Linux of various types to fit onto these devices.
Plus,
and it's just
you just go Linux and you make headlines and you get guys like us talking about your new product. So I think it's really cool.
Wow. I forgot how arrogant he is.
I'm going to follow it.
Incredibly cool. See, for me, I have been jonesing hard for a great portable comic book reader.
Yeah, I can see that. A 7-inch screen might not be too bad. You have to get it just right though, because it's not going to fit everything.
Yeah, it's not going to fit everything. Well, like right now, I use my little tablet.
Yep.
But my little tablet's a little like what, 1/2 inch screen. It's super tiny.
So you could probably do one cell at a time. Be more of an update on a important long-term open source issue.
Everything.
Settings, applications.
So theoretically, if you install, let's say, Inkscape, you install Inkscape from the Software Center, it can be added to your OneConf list of installed applications, and you can have that sync to your other
like a laptop and a desktop or netbook.
So the same.
Oh, I forgot how. This was back when Ubuntu was about the desktop. They had a lot of fucking amazing ideas.
Versions of the same applications can be running across all of your different machines if you turn that on.
You and I
that's so cool.
have mentioned that we kind of hacked a rough version of this through Dropbox or Ubuntu One Now, where we symlink our configuration files.
But this, man, I mean, I'm still using Dropbox for my online storage, but honestly, because I mostly use Ubuntu right now.
You've got Ubuntu One is going to have music sync, so all your purchased music will sync between all your machines.
And the OneConf, so all my apps will be config and apps.
And what's great is they're not storing the apps in your Ubuntu One storage. My understanding is they are descriptors and links to the software store, so you will load up the software store. It will import essentially a list of your apps and then deploy them to your machine, which means you get the latest version in the repo. And you get the savings of your Ubuntu One storage storage.
Why do we not have this under Linux yet? Like, this sounds like amazing. I like this. What is this? Let's look at some graphs.
The packages we're putting out, and those stats are available to all the projects as well, so they can use that as metrics, see how popular they are.
That's really cool.
That's awesome.
It's great to be able to get data like that.
Now,
But
so
it's not just about packages. It's packages, it's projects.
Okay.
Out of the,
I like graphs. Yeah,
we're
me
seeing a
too.
lot of,
Yeah, it's
a lot
great.
of
Yeah.
development back from them. They're investing in it. They've got guys working on it. It's great.
Is that
/monitor.
That's
and
cool.
You can go in there and just kind of geek out and watch the little bar charts there.
now? Before we shift gears,
It basically is a full it's
Distro
almost a full
customizer.
distro builder almost.
In this
Right.
full test drive environment, and then you can look at the exact files.
This week on the Linux Action Show.
Oh my
it's
God.
our roundtable review of OpenSUSE 11.3. Find out what features are grabbing our attention. Plus, we discuss the new GP2X device and if it still has a place in a tablet-powered world. Intel's closed-source driver snafu is preventing them from shipping their own driver with their own software. We give you the details. Oh, this week on the Linux Action Show.
I can't stand those two people.
now, come on, you are excited about this, right? You're talking a device that just out of the park before we even get into the gaming aspect has a 533 megahertz ARM9 processor, has a 3D GPU, supports DivX, XVID, MPEG-4 videos. Boy, you name it. This and outsource some of the development of the driver to this company, and there's
I feel
solid
so
IP
fucking old
rules
right
to
now.
and so they can't open source it, which is too bad because this GMA 500 graphics chip is the one that's being bundled with a large generation.
Stable, pretty much.
Moblin. It is Moblin, through and through.
Wow.
Holy shit.
I mean, it's.
I've heard a lot of.
And the fun thing is that they are bitching and moaning about the same fucking shit as we are today on the Linux. It's a trap, Linux Unplugged, or stupid podcasting. There is a video, I think it's like a year old or something like that, where this dude here, because he don't get his way in a debate, basically he's losing a debate. He's getting so frustrated that he needs a break. He's like acting like a fucking child. It's so funny. I can't remember what the fuck it's about, but it's so funny. And he's like, he's like being a hypocrite and then saying one thing, meaning another thing, and going all fucking rounds around a subject, and it's so funny. It's so fucking funny. And he just basically virtual not cry, but he's like losing his shit and wants a break. It should not be funny, but it's fucking funny. Hit a target, wins 300,000, yeah. Best angle grinder. Huh. I've used this one a lot. That's a Milwaukee. It's a powerful motherfucker. Double landlocked? What the fuck is that? There's so much fucking shit on YouTube. Yeah, the Linux Action Show was fucking funny as balls, man. It was like... They were mental. I there's no other way of saying it. They were fucking mental, man. I need to go now. I need to fucking get to sleep. It's been a long day. I've been at work and all kind of things. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have an amazing Easter. And go get all them virgins, apparently. That's the new thing, I guess. Linux and virgins. Maybe we can program them with, a Linux kernel. See you all later. Bye.